Hi everyone. Hi, happy Saturday night. How's it going? Okay, you can all hear me okay, right? My microphone is on. Yay. Hi early birds. I've got Aggie in the house. Thank you, Aggie, for being an amazing moderator. You are always on the ball with my chat and so many other creators. Thank you for being a fantastic moderator. Hello, Susie. Good to see you, honey. Same with you, Sizzy. You are always here and on the ball and helping me out so much. Thank you very much. Yeah, good to see you. Hi, Ferdy. How are you? Ferdy is a longtime member. Good to see you, Ferdy. And we've got Kitty. Hello, Kitty Catty. Good to see you, hun. And who else? Gina. Hello, Gina. Good to see you, hun. And Shar F. Good to see you too, honey. Hello, Charmin. Good to see you. Thank you for being a moderator. The Hen House. Hello, Hen House. Good to see you. Welcome. Hi, June Klein. Good to see you. Hello, Krista23. Good to see you. Hello, Silent One, a long-time member. Good to see you, hun. Hello, Colleen2269. Good to see you. Hello, Jen. Good to see you. Hello, Kiri. Good to see you. Hello, Kay Sloan. How are you? I hope you're doing well, honey. Phoebe. Good to see you. Welcome. And Wanda. Hi, Wanda. Good to see you, honey. How's it going, everyone? So I guess I had a live stream scheduled for 7:30 and I didn't even know I'd done it. I got an email from Susie going, "Are you going live at 7:30?" I'm like, "Oh crap. Shit, I didn't know it was set." So here you are. You got me now at 8 o'clock. So hi, everyone. Good to see you all. I know, I'm sorry I haven't been around. I've been just doing life, just life, working. And by the time I'm finished work at the end of the day, well, it's either time for bed or I'm just too tired to even think of trying to, be social with anyone, All last week, I was literally up packing boxes till 10 or 11 o'clock. So it was a long week. But it's the weekend, Savvy's home. And the hockey game's on, so I'm like, okay, I'm going to sneak in and go live while the hockey game's on. So I hope you're all doing well. Hello, Rhonda West. Good to see you, hon. Welcome, welcome. Please hit the thumbs up, everybody, as you're coming in. Excuse me. Hope you're all doing well. Tell me, every one of you, tell me something that was positive today in your life. Tell me something that was positive today. You're a chatterbox after work? I say, I just brain dead. I just can't. The most I can manage is to be on Justin's chat. Most of you have watched lately where I'm on his chat, but I'm constantly just be right back because I'm just listening and doing stuff in the background. That's the most I could do most of the time, but I'm trying to get my time schedule down so I have more time to come on and be with you guys like I told you I was going to. Talk to my granddaughter. There you go. That's good news. Someone bought you a loaf of bread. Oh, that's so nice, Phoebe. That's so kind. Daughter's birthday. Happy birthday to the daughter. You grew a day older. Well, happy birthday, Silent One. Happy birthday, honey. Hen house got your hen house is clean today. That's nice. Gina, my son and daughter-in-law are trying to have a baby. Woot woot. Congratulations, Gina. I hope they are successful for you. Rhonda West cooked chili. Yummy. Sounds good. I just made tacos for Savvy and I had taco salad for myself. So it looks like each one of you had something positive today. That's good. That's good. Hit the thumbs up button for me. And so what we're going to do today is we're going to jump into looking at some Sebastian Rogers stuff. Like out of the hundreds of things on YouTube regarding Sebastian, like especially the interviews with the parents and stuff, I honestly have not sat down and watched a lot of it. Like I've watched clips here and there. I've watched whatever Justin has played, bits and pieces all over, and news broadcasts. You know, like the 2-minute news broadcast. So I want to actually go over some stuff tonight and just listen. And I want to see if I can hear any EVPs in the background of some of the stuff. I've noticed that some of the interviews that Chris Proudfoot is in, talking on, Katie, I haven't noticed yet, but stuff that Chris has been talking in the background, I'm hearing EVPs on it. And I just find that interesting if I hear something. I had the same thing with Don Wells. I hear tons of EVPs from the Wells family, especially if they're at 110 at their place. So I just want to listen and see if I catch anything tonight. Yeah, so hi, where are we? Hi, MM, good to see you, honey. Your Jeep Wrangler is at the shop. I'm counting my days till it's back. I hope it gets back soon and your bill is not too big, Krista. Hi, Victoria. Hi, babe. Good to see you, honey. Hello, Blue Eyes. Good to see you. Okay, so we're going to start off with the interview that Olivia did with the parents, just because it's on camera, and I find this interview really interesting to watch. There's a lot in this interview. A lot of you have probably seen it 100 times. I've never seen the entire thing, so I want you to go through it and see if I could hear anything. Me too, Jen. Me too. Me too. Me too. Very, very bad vibes. Yep. Alright, so let's get started with this. Everybody put your headphones in. Headphones in. Okay. So, tell me if you hear this. I just want to pull you guys up on my phone as well. One sec here. Pull the chat up on the screen. So I had a nice day today. We took Junie out to the doggo park. It's always an adventure at the doggo park. She loves being at the doggo park. Okay. Alright, so where am I going to put you guys? I'm doing this, yeah, okay. I'm putting you on my phone so I can read the chat because, when you're doing the StreamYards, you can't see the chat when you're sharing the screen because you're on a second back screen. Okay. Hello to all. Can't see very well. You can't see very well. Why, Blue Eyes? What's wrong with your blue eyes? Hi, Doodlebug. Good to see you, hon. Yeah, we went to a nice doggo park. It's right along the lake. Just beautiful place. It was so sunny today. It was nice. It was like 3 degrees Celsius. It's now like -8. Oh, they're blurry. Huh. Have you been to the optometrist, Blue Eyes? Do you have allergies or what? Is this normal, not normal? Hi, Robin Groom. Good to see you, honey. And hello, Nan Kim. Good to see you. Sometimes 3 phones. You know what, Krista? I'm the same. Like, throughout the day while I'm working, there's times, honest to God, I'll just stop for a second. I'll be like, what am I doing? I'll have somebody on YouTube on the TV in the living room. I'll have somebody on YouTube in the TV in my office. I'll have my phone going, and I'll have my computer here going as well. Oh, you've been cleaning the house with bleach. Oh, I see. That will definitely do it then. I was going to say get your thyroid or your diabetes checked. Hi, Lady Dog Lover. Good to see you. And hi, AJ. Good to see you. What a creep you are for thinking you're talking to spirits. Okay. Have a nice life, loser. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye now. There you go. See you later. If they only knew, eh? I'm a loser because I'm talking to spirits. Maybe my spirits will go to their house and have a little chat with them on how much of they're a loser because they're opinionated. Try putting a warm washcloth over your eyes, blue eyes. That might help. It might like kind of try to rinse the bleach out of your eyes. Yeah. Okay, so let's get started here. So the trolls are out, you guys. Moderators. If anyone's I give 0 chances on my channel. I really don't give a shit. If you come in and you're rude, you're blocked. Bye-bye. You're not welcome here. So moderators, immediately just put them hide user from channel. That would be great. If they're rude, get rid of them. I don't want anyone here that's rude. Your mom is fussing at me? Ah. Okay, there you go. Hi, Whispering Winds. Good to see you, hon. Yeah, kick him right out the door. I'm not one of those channels where I time you out, and I don't give a shit. Just get out. Bye-bye. Okay, so let's get this started. So this is Olivia's. So please, credit goes to Chronicles of Olivia. Olivia has done a fantastic job on this. I'm going to thumb up her as well. And let's go.
Sunday, the day before he went missing.
Okay,
so the overall story of
there we go.
Sebastian's disappearance. Kind of walk through that day.
So what I'm doing is I'm going to listen for stuff in the background here.
We got up and, fun fact, I made breakfast that morning. We had a good time.
And I'm watching him. I'm watching him. There's just something about him. It creeps me out so bad. Okay, one sec here. Let's do a full screen for them. He gives me the creeps. And has since day one. Hi, Just Mary. Welcome, hun. Okay, let's go again here. So I'm going to be watching him and listening for EVPs in the background and just pointing out stuff that I think is just like, in my personal opinion, just stuff, body reactions that look sketchy to me. Yeah, he's a narcissist and he's controlling. And my personal opinion on her in this interview, I'm getting that she's scared shitless. Okay, watch my mouth. I swear a lot sometimes. I'm getting she's scared. She's scared. And she's scared of him. Like, flat out. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm reading on it and what my opinion of it is as well. She is scared. Scared. Okay.
We were laughing, we were joking. He talked to family on the phone.
Also, I'm going to say, like, according to my reading says that she didn't do anything. Okay? Like, a lot of people are going to jump me for that, but that's just the way it is. My reading didn't tell me that she did anything to harm Sebastian. Okay? It's all on him. But she knows. She knows everything. She was there. She was there. And she knows. And she knows where he is. and she's covering up, and she's scared shitless of him. That's what I'm getting. And that it was a huge fight, some sort of domestic fight between the two of them, and Sebastian was stuck in the middle of the two of them, and something happened. That's totally what I'm getting. Hi, Staff Grabber. Hi, Amy. Hi, Ivy. Hi, Kiwi. So that's what I'm getting. My reading's on my channel. You can go back and look at it. Flat out. So just a serious domestic fight. Sebastian was in the middle of it, and he lost his temper. He's got a temper. Well, it's obvious he has a temper problem. And that's what I'm getting. He lost his temper. And I'm flat out getting that Sebastian was carried out of the house over his shoulder and put in a vehicle. Okay. Hi, Ivy's mom. All right, so let's continue. So I've not seen all the way through this. So just bear with me if you've already seen it 100 times.
During breakfast to brag.
And I will be going back. You guys know that. I always go back and listen. If I'm hearing something.
We went and picked up, he talked to family on the phone during breakfast to brag. Family on the phone during breakfast to brag.
Right there.
Family
Okay,
on the phone.
so what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to also screen record this as I go. Okay. Shit, I can't pause the screen record though. Okay.
During breakfast to brag. He talked to family on the phone during breakfast to brag.
Okay, right after she says brag, I'm hearing something in the background.
Talked to family on the phone during breakfast to brag.
And again.
We went and picked up our niece.
Yesterday,
Yeah, I got a call, and
Okay, I'm going to have to run this through my software when I'm finished all of this. There's a lot in here. I didn't realize there was so much in here in the background. Unless they have a TV running in the background, which they very well might. I won't know until I run it through my software. Giving her meds to keep her out of things. It could be. Hi, lovable mama. Okay, let's keep going.
asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went and did that. And we went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn.
Oh yeah, see,
Colossal
listen.
popcorn. Came home to put groceries away because we bought snacks because
They might have people in the house
snacks.
with them at the time.
We went to the bowling alley, and then from there we went to dinner. Came home.
See, I'm watching him like a hawk. Like, look at, he's
went
trying to...
dinner. Came home. He took out the trash because that's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway.
And one of the things I've noticed about him right away, those of you that know as well, where someone that, I guess it's a myth, it's considered a myth, but when someone has taken another human's life, their eyes go black. Like, how many times have we seen, somebody in prison that's a murderer or whatever, their eyes have gone black? Well, it's quite interesting. Look at the eye color. Well, her eyes are still blue. His look black. Hers still have the color. I find that interesting. Hi, Curious Kate. Hi, Regina.
About 9 o'clock. Told him to go to bed. He's come out of his room where he was playing, and he said, "All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. I love you." And went to bed. He was doing something in his room. Went to bed. He was doing something. Went to bed. He was doing something
Huh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of sound in this.
in his room because about an hour. "All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. I love you." And went to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise, and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep." And
This is when the storyline, those of you who might know what I'm talking about here, they have spoken quite a few times on camera about things they should not have talked about, things that they're embarrassing Sebastian and humiliating Sebastian on camera. Like, say Sebastian is alive and he's watching all of this. You never know. There might be a chance that he is. The things that these two have said about him on camera are absolutely appalling. Appalling. And that one sentence she just said is where I believe the storyline of him doing things that were inappropriate starts. Okay? We all know they went on and on about how he was not good with personal space. He didn't know how to keep personal space. You know? Well, we all know what they're saying there. Okay? And this was the start of it.
I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep. And about midnight, I got up and I went to bed. And 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning. And that's when he wasn't here.
And just his eyes, like, just... I wish I could actually zoom in on his eyes on this. I want to look close at his eyes. I even tried taking a photo of the screen to see if I could zoom in closer, because I want to see what the reflections of his eyes are. You know how you see the reflections right in his pupil area? I wanted to see what I could see in there.
What was
Hi, Carol.
going through your mind at that point? Like, what were the feelings that you were feeling?
To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Choice.
The feelings that you were feeling.
To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid?
Listen.
This can't be happening. Where is my kid? Crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid?
Okay, there's something really... I hear offense or defense. Okay, I'm going to record that for a second here.
Crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid?
Okay. I'm going to pull that up quick on my software and see if... I'm going to share a screen in a second here. I'm going to pull up my software and see if I can... I just want to listen to that quickly. Here it is. Okay. I'm going to share... One sec here. Cancel this screen share. Now, present, there. Okay. Okay, so this is the little clip I just recorded.
Breakfast to brag. He talked to family on the phone during breakfast to brag.
Alright, so let's take these chunks out. you know, oops. Well, we all know what they're saying there. Okay. Okay. All right. So, and take this little chunk out. Okay, so I just want to see if I'm getting anything here, or if it's the TV in the background I'm hearing. Snacks.
We went to the bowling alley, and then from there we went to.
Okay, now let's try pulling out the voice. Okay, and then let's make it louder. Whoa, okay, that might be really loud. Okay, watch your ears when I press play here. This might be loud.
During breakfast to brag. He talked to family on the phone during breakfast to brag. To family on the phone during breakfast to brag. We went and picked up our niece. Yeah, I got a call and asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went.
Okay.
We went.
Oh. There. Right there. Okay. I think I'm hearing nervous. Nervous.
We went to Dad. We went to Dad. We went to BJ's. Dad. We went to BJ's. Dad. We went to BJ's.
Okay, this is not the TV in the background. Okay, that's good. All right. So I am hearing. Hear it?
Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, I'm not going to go over all of that right now, but I'm glad I established, yes, I'm hearing what I think I'm hearing. Okay, good. Yay. All right, let's go back to what we were doing. Any questions, anyone? Hi, Bernadette. Yeah, you can hear him talking. Hi, Veronica. Yeah, we can call him Edgar. Yeah, you guys, I know it. We'll just refer to him as Edgar. I need to get into the habit of that. Hi, Sheila. Okay, so you heard it. All right, so that's showing me, okay, yes, I am hearing EVPs in the background. So let's just go through all of this, and I've got like a week's worth of analyzing to do. But I'm hoping I will hear stuff right here on this.
Choice words were used. Like, where the F is he, I had called, where the F is he, I had looked through the house.
If you see me backspacing like that, it means I'm hearing something. Okay?
I had looked through the house for him, because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage, where the F is he,
See, watch your reaction at this point.
I had looked through the house for him, because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that, and he likes to dip behind the, walls and watch, and then he comes out after.
See, I found that interesting as well. Dipping behind the walls and watch, and like hiding. He's 15. I mean, yes, he has autism, but he's still 15. That just shows me he's
after
watching
I come back, and he likes, like, you know,
for a
where the F
reason.
is he, you know.
He's watching for a reason.
Choice words were used, like, you know, where the F is he, you know.
Hi, Rebecca. Hi, Abby.
Looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that, and he likes to dip behind the, you know, walls and watch, you know, and then he comes out after I come back, and he likes to scare me. But after I looked, and I mean, mind you, all of this took place.
And you see all the marks on Chris's arm, or sorry, Edgar's arms? That's not from playing with dogs.
In like 1 minute flat. But I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband, and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And
see, part of the reason why I find it interesting, hi crafting, part of the reason why I find it interesting watching this now is you all know that I went over that audio, that video of the audio. Well, most of you know I actually turned that in to people that could get it to authorities. And, well, they did. Okay? It's in the hands of authorities, the audio. And I told all of you that if I couldn't get it into the hands of the authorities, that I would play it. And then I also told you that if it was in the hands of authorities, I would not play it. Well, I'm not playing it. I've had so many people ask me, why won't you play it? I won't play it because it's, in my eyes, it's considered evidence. And so, but after what I had heard on that audio, I'm sitting here watching this now going, these two here are playing such a game. Such a game. At one point in the audio, I heard something along the lines of, well, if we are really convincing, we'll be okay. Okay, like they planned this story to tell, and very much like other parents have done, that they're trying to be super, super convincing. Okay? And as far as, in my opinion, what I heard in the audio, all that crap, she knows exactly what's happened. She knows exactly where he is. She knows who did it. And these two are working together right now to try and come across as convincing. Okay?
I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood, and I drove over by the school, and he's already
this part here too. This part here says it all. This was like what she does with her hand movement here. Flat out, like just running her hand movement like that. That's the sign of, you're dead.
In my car and I drove around the neighborhood, and I drove over by the school, and he's already
what? She probably didn't even realize she did that. She probably didn't have any idea that she actually made that signal. And the other thing I also picking up on in this interview, the other interviews I don't know yet because I've not really watched them, but this one I'm getting flat out. She's trying to signal to Olivia. I could be wrong, so this is my opinion. I honestly feel she's trying to signal to Olivia, who's sitting there filming this, that something is wrong. Pay attention to her actions. Maybe I'm just, I don't know, but this is what I'm getting. I'm getting she's totally trying to tell Olivia something is wrong. When you're sitting beside a man that you're absolutely terrified of, yeah.
like, at this point, I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming.
Yeah, I'm
And,
sure you were. And that's why he coughed. That's his way of saying shut up, basically.
He was like, and he's already, like, at this point, I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming. And he was like,
Yeah. Flat out. And you notice then she's so nervous after that. He coughs, and then she's so nervous. She's so nervous. And, you know, we'll have to see how it plays out in the end, but I honestly feel that she didn't do anything to Sebastian. I hope that's the way it is. So it's my opinion and all that. Hi, Lady Divine. Hi, Honey Bun. I'm getting she didn't do anything to him. But she knows. She knows everything. She knows what happened. She knows where he is. She knows everything. And she's covering because she's scared shitless of him. Flat out. That's what I'm getting. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Jen. Welcome, welcome. This is the Sebastian Rogers case.
he was like,
See, she's nervous. Watch.
He said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school. And he's already, like, at this point, I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming. And he was like,
She's nervous now.
He three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them, like, our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house, they're on their way. And I drove back to the house. And 20 days later, we haven't found him.
Yeah, I can't even imagine.
You can see it. You know, there's, you know, anyone that's out there that has been with a spouse or, a spouse of some sort that has been abusive, whether it be mental, verbal, physical, whatever it may be, I'm picking up on it. She's scared. Scared. Totally scared of him.
How stressful that is. And also, like, when we were driving up here, like, this neighborhood.
Did you see her roll just now? Did you notice that? Her shaking her head? No?
So pretty. Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful that is. And also, like, when we were driving up here, like, this neighborhood is so pretty and nice. And do you think, has he ever, like, walked away before? Or, like, has that ever happened? It's just... No, first time.
He's not a child that wanders. He's not one that is
He doesn't have a history of being an eloper, which is common. And I have friends with children on the spectrum who do struggle with elopement with their children. But no, Sebastian, that's one thing. It's always been a blessing. He's not been an eloper or a runner.
Dear, I haven't heard anything about where Terry B was that night. I don't know. I don't know about Terry B. To be honest, in my reading, I didn't pick up anything about the dad, the Terry B. But I did pick up stuff about the mom. His mom. But not his dad. I could be wrong, but that's what my reading, I'm getting the mom helped, but the dad, I didn't get anything on the dad. So it could be just that I just was not getting him. I was just not reading him, but yeah, I was getting nothing for the dad. Hi, Riding Solo. Thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Welcome. Hi, Carrie.
His primary areas were like his primary his primary
Right there.
areas, his primary
Right
areas,
there.
his primary primary areas are like social and emotional dysregulation issues and things like that. But he's very smart. He's functional. Overall, he's a pretty happy kid. I mean, he's a
Tara, go back a couple and watch Edgar's eyes after she started talking again. Okay, let's see.
runner. He doesn't have a history.
And it's just like walked away before that is. And also like when we were driving up here, like this neighborhood is so pretty. Also
The blinking. Do you notice you got the fast blinking going on? That's a big thing too. The rapid blinking, that's an indicator as well. His eyes are black. Yeah. Exactly.
like when we were driving up here, like this neighborhood is so pretty and nice. And do you think, has he ever like walked away before, or like has that ever happened? It's just
No.
See, this is just me, my opinion, just me. But when I'm looking at his eyes right now as we're watching this, I see him visualizing what has happened. Like whatever, I mean, we all know what I think of this situation, and he's visualizing what he's just gone through. If that makes sense. So when he looks like he's staring off into space, I see him visualizing the unthinkable, basically.
no first time.
He's not a child that wonders. He's not one that is like
He doesn't have a history of being an eloper, which is common. And I have friends with children on the spectrum who do struggle with elopement with their children. But no, Sebastian, that's one thing, has always been a blessing. He's not been an eloper or
See,
a runner.
right there.
Sebastian, that's one thing, has always been a blessing. He's not been an eloper or a runner. His or a runner.
Right there.
His primary
That's remembering something. Right there.
areas are like social and emotional dysregulation issues.
So my reading told me that he was carried out of the house over someone's shoulder on purpose so that he wouldn't be touching the ground. Then got into a vehicle, and I'm getting that he was fighting, like it was against his will, like it was a full out scrap basically. They put him in the vehicle, and northeast, I'm getting, they went down and around up northeast, and somehow Sebastian got out of the vehicle, and I'm getting, like, I can see him, like, fighting to get the door open, and, like, the fight is on, and to get the door open, and I'm getting, he got out, and ran, he started running, and unfortunately, in my opinion, allegedly, all the disclaimers, somebody caught up with him. He was running, trying to get away, and caught up with him. And, well, it's not good. So, right now, when she's talking about him running and eloping, and, you know, not being a runner or an eloper, watch his eyes.
And things like that. But he's very smart. He's functional. Overall, he's a pretty happy kid. I mean, he's a teenager. He's coming into his hormones. He's angry that he's growing a mustache. But for the most part, he's a happy kid. And he's angry that
See, if Olivia hadn't have put background music in this, I would have been able to hear so much more of the background. But it's hard for me to hear the EVPs with the constant background noise going, but I am hearing some stuff. Northeast, yeah, I've always said since day one, northeast, straight up from the house, northeast, over, from behind his school up, over to that road. I'm sorry, I don't know what that road is. Is it Light Hollow or whatever that road is? Yeah, up to Latimer. They're on my channel. Just scroll back a bit. They're on my channel, crafting. Just scroll back. Yeah, Olivia's got some sort of music going in the background of this when she edited this. So if I could have it without the background noise, it'd be so much better for me, but I am hearing stuff. Long Hollow Pike, thank you. That's it. Yeah. Thank you. So, Silvers, most of you guys know, I guess I'll just come out and say it. You guys all saw the video Silvers made about the plastic, not bone. Okay? He showed you everything. Well, Silvers went to that location because I sent him there. I sent him there. That's all I'm saying. He found those items where I sent him. And let's just say I'm still pacing the floors of my house. I am pacing and praying nonstop. I'm convinced that that is not plastic. It's not plastic. So, we'll see. But yes, that was exactly where I sent him and told him to go. And he found it within like a day. So. Yeah, what's with a good point, Victoria? The toy crane on the table. Oh yeah, look at that. I didn't even think of that. I was like, oh, that must be one of Sebastian's toys. I could ask her maybe, Krista. I've never spoken to Olivia before. So, yeah, thank you. So, yeah, Silvers, I'm waiting for Silvers to get back into town so he can go back to, yeah, just so he can go back to the area and do some more looking there, because I firmly feel we're not done. We are not done in that area. And it's very close to his house. It's like, I don't know what the exact distance is, but it's less than 3 miles. And since day one, I said that. Northeast. And it's frustrating because, and I was getting Drake's Creek. So those of you all know about watching Terry Lynn all this time. And CJ, I had CJ out helping in the beginning as well. And my focus then was Drake's Creek. Drake's Creek. Drake's Creek. And so this entire time I've had CJ and Terry Lynn searching all the way up and down Drake's Creek and a few other places, of course. But Drake's Creek, I didn't realize that the creek right there along Long Hollow Pike and Latimer Road or Latimer Lane area was Drake's Creek. I didn't know. But in the very beginning, those of you remember, I was telling CJ to go to Latimer. He even went to Latimer in Mississippi as well. Because there's a Latimer there as well, which is totally ironic. But I was getting Latimer Lane this whole time. And I don't know why. It was just maybe just like a landmark. My spirit guides give me landmarks to follow. And so finally, after all this time, Silvers goes to the Latimer area and starts searching, and there you go. He found the plastic, not bone. You can go to his channel and watch it. They found the pants. They found a blanket. The trash can's been removed. The only thing I feel really confident about this is that he turned everything in, right? He turned the plastic, not bone in, right? And he turned the location of where he found it in. And he did not publicize it on his channel until like, I'm not sure, I think it was a week later, or maybe even not that long, like 3 or 4 days later. Well, they went back and looked, those items were gone. And at first I was freaking. I was like, oh my God, somebody's come and taken the items. Well, the items were gone before Silver released it on his channel. Thank God. Think about it. Those items were removed from that area before Silver's told anyone publicly. Thank God. So that tells me authorities have it. They went and got it. Because he gave them the exact GPS coordinates. And so that's good news. And then the next day, it comes out that the case is now considered a criminal case. And that is a second blessing. Thank God. So now we're just waiting. And of course, you know how it goes with TBI. We'll be waiting for years before we hear anything, unfortunately. They don't move very fast. Yeah. But I feel we're still not done. We're still not done. There's lots more that can be found. And it needs to be found. And all I can do at this point is wait till Silvers can get back to the area. Terry Lynn, I'm in contact with Terry Lynn a lot, but she's searching other areas and stuff. The area I need people to go back to, well, Silvers and people we can trust to go back is, it's going to take a few people at that spot. One person can't do it. It's going to take a few people to do what I need them to do. So, yeah. So in a way, it's good news. Like, at least that's how I'm trying to see it. Is that possibly we got some good news here. But we won't know until law enforcement comes out and speaks. And they will not speak until somebody is arrested. You know? But I've tried my best, and I firmly feel this is it. Like, people have asked me, do you get any other locations now for Sebastian? Do I get anything else? I don't. Like, I feel like it's closed. Like, in my read, I don't get anything else now. So, we'll see. I hope so. Silvers was really frustrated, and I don't blame him. You know, he went down there and it's on his videos. You guys watched it. Same with the pants, okay? The pants that Terry Lynn found. I'm hearing on other channels right now that apparently those pants that she found were Sebastian's. I'm not going to believe that until I hear that from authorities. Or if I hear that from one of Sebastian's family members. I'm not going to believe that. Because after the pants were found, about a week later, I asked Terry Lynn, I'm like, have you heard anything about them? And she had heard that the pants weren't Sebastian's, that they were too small. They weren't Sebastian's. But over the last few days, I've been hearing on a few people's channels, honestly, I think it's just a bullshit rumor, that people are saying that it was his pants. I heard that it wasn't, and that they were too small. Okay? So, we don't know what to believe, but I'm going to go with what I heard, and that they weren't his pants. But the ironic thing, though, is they were exactly the same. They were black Adidas pants with the white stripes down the sides. And the day some of you were on the live stream when she found them, I almost puked. Like, that's what I do. When I get, like, when sheer intense emotion of that, like, especially when somebody's found, I vomit. Just from overwhelming emotion, bam, you know? I was convinced we had found him. I was like, okay, don't leave until he's found. But then I heard like a week later that the pants were too small and that they weren't Sebastian's. So I don't know what's going on. Somebody is creating rumors as usual, I think, all over YouTube saying that it was his pants. I don't know. I won't believe any of it until I hear it from authorities. So, okay, let's keep going.
That he's growing a mustache, but for the most part, he's a happy kid. And
What are your theories? Like, I'm sure your mind is thought
damn-
of every
yeah.
possible thing that could have happened.
That one officer that wouldn't even go down into the water to get them from her, I know. That explains everything right there.
But is there any theory that you can talk about that you think?
What I can tell you is, with all law enforcement, with everybody that's involved, there's nothing that's been eliminated. Everything is on the table. Everything is being looked at from every possible aspect.
everything from he got out and walked away and was outside of the search radius before we started searching to the worst.
Yeah.
And
that's currently where we're at. I mean, it's...
Yeah.
really trying not to go down that road because we're gonna find him.
Speculating causes problems. Assumptions cause issues. And based on facts of what everybody...
Look at his arms in this part. Oh, it always does. How do I get rid of that? You guys see his arms right there's massive scratches on his arms right there.
knows. Right now, there's nothing. And everything is still on the table to being looked at.
We just know he's out there somewhere.
One other question I have is recently Channel 5 in Nashville, they had security footage that showed 2 flashlights the night he disappeared. Is there anything that you think about this video or?
Sure. So...
See, he's this. This is not funny.
Sure. So...
What? It's not funny, dude. Like, why are you?
The night he disappeared. Is there anything that you think about this video or?
Sure. So... There's a lot of speculations about that video. So...
I just see this, this right here. It gives him an opportunity to, like, be his arrogant, narcissistic self for a minute. That's why he's like, finally, it's my time. Like, sorry, that's my opinion. Yeah.
Think about this video or?
Sure.
Seriously.
So... There's a lot of speculations about that video that are floating on the internet. Okay? And that is exactly what it is. It's speculations. Now, what it can give you an official statement on is TBI Newslink has released a statement from law enforcement, between local law enforcement, state law enforcement, some federal law enforcement, and they have analyzed that video so many times over that everything that everybody is trying to assume is a flash over.
See, what I'm getting right here is he is actually like, this is my opinion, okay, of just what I'm seeing. He's almost like snickering inside here because his great plan, right, the cover-up plan, people are falling for it. They're being convincing enough. Flat out. They're being convincing enough. He firmly feels that people are going to believe his bullshit. Yes, Duper's Delight. Correct, Jen.
Everything that everybody is trying to assume is a flashlight. I hate to say this.
Like it's the clear case of it.
That video so many times over that everything that everybody is trying to assume is a flashlight. I hate to say this. It's not. As much as we would love it to be one, it's not. I'm not going to go into details as far as where that video is shot from, but I can tell you, as the parents, we have seen the video firsthand from law enforcement. We know exactly where it was taken from, and nothing that is being assumed right now is actually true about that video, unfortunately.
Okay.
And anything about any other videos or anything like that, please refer to the TBI news link that they have out there, the updated Amber Alert stuff. And it will give you the most up-to-date information that all law enforcement has. And they will give you current as far as what's what and how they're looking at things.
And if there's any new video, forward it to them.
Please.
Yeah. Security footage is really like a game changer. We're working on Riley's strain and trying to find like if someone missed one on a corner or something. So that's
Around this neighborhood,
Lies. Yeah. Hi, Divine. Good to see you. Hi, Fruit Fly. Good to see you. Did she just whisper something? I don't know. Let me see.
Riley's strain and trying to find like if someone missed one on a corner or something. So that's
around this neighborhood, and this whole community. I mean, I can tell you that much here. When it comes to the cameras, there has not been one person that has said no. And trust me, it is one person that has said no. And trust me, it's been one.
No, I haven't,
person
Veronica.
that has said no. And trust me, it is one person that has said no. And trust me, it is greatly felt that everybody has been so open, so helpful in pushing out any which way they can. I mean, there's been some families that have actually been on vacation that weren't home, and they got information. They got permission vacation that weren't home, and they got information. They got permission from them that weren't home, and they got information. They got permission from that family to take a look at their cameras and go in their houses without them even being present.
Yeah.
Which has been amazing. So, but yeah.
that's good. If they,
See, watch him right here. He's right. Again, this is just my opinion, okay? I'm getting him having a memory moment here. Totally. Seeing, God, I can't even imagine what he's seeing in his head. Okay?
But yeah. Which has been
Flat
amazing.
out.
So,
watch his eyes.
yeah.
that's good. If there was something that you could say to Sebastian if he was listening, what would you say?
Oh God. That it
See, and right here, I see her being, like, truthful here, like, with her emotions here. I see a very, very distraught mother here who is trying to keep her composure and keep her mouth shut because she's scared shitless of the man sitting beside her.
If you can see this or hear this, that we just want you home, baby, and we love you. And
Her problem is she went along with it. And now she's gotten herself in trouble, in my opinion. In my opinion, like, and according, she knows what happened, she knows where he is, she knows everything, and they're working together to try and sound convincing enough. If we're convincing enough, we'll be okay. And then I also, babe, it's gonna be okay. Yeah. I heard it.
there ain't nothing gonna stop us from coming and getting you and bringing you home.
Yeah. Like, she honestly looks sincere there, in my opinion. But him?
I can't speak for
See?
his father. I can't speak for his father, but I'm pretty sure we all have the same opinion. That we love you, miss you, we want you home. And if you can, call us, get wherever you can, let us know, and we will come get you.
Call 911, run out into the street, go in public, anything. The signs that we've been blessed to have family, friends, and even some in the community that have been helping us, but we've been out spreading those as far as we can. Even
I wonder if the TBI or whoever took Chris in and searched him for wounds. You know how authorities, they'll bring somebody in, the suspect in, or person of interest or whatever you want to call it. They bring them in and take photographs of if there's any injuries or anything on them. I wonder if they took photos of his arms. You know? High hope floats. She knows. Full on. From the audio that I heard and cleared up so it could be sent to authorities, she fully knows. She fully knows. At one point, I mean, if they're watching, I'm probably going to scare the shit out of them right now. I heard her say, "What did you do to Sebastian?" And I heard the male say, "He's dead." Period. I heard it. I heard ya. And then I heard you say, "Babe, it's gonna be okay." Well, that audio now is in the hands of the FBI. You're welcome.
over state lines.
And as for where that audio came from, I have no idea. I don't know where the hell it came from. I'm assuming it had to have been like one of the neighbors right beside them. One of the neighbors recorded it. No idea who, but I know what I heard on it.
Trying to get awareness because, not everybody knows that he's missing, and there's a chance that if someone can see him and not even realize who he is. So we want to get a chance that if someone can see him and not even realize who he is. So we want to get a space out there. Someone can see him and not even realize who he is.
I hear a phone ringing in there.
There's a chance that if someone can see him and not even realize who he is. So we want to get a space out there because we want him home.
Surprisingly, even locally, there are some folks that don't even know what's going on. There's some folks that don't even know what's going on. There's some folks that don't even know what's
right
going
there.
on. And there's folks that don't even know what's going on. And it's kind of like a shocker. Like,
That was a good whisper right there.
Going on, and it's kind of like a shocker. Like, how do you not know? It is amazing because in the past couple of weeks you've got two cases. A 15-year-old that
I agree.
vanished without a trace. You've got a 22-year-old 6 foot 4 or 7 2-year-old 6 foot 4 or 7. Got a 22-year-old 6 foot 4 or 7 college kid from Missouri who has vanished without a trace. That from Missouri who has vanished without a trace. That from Missouri who has vanished without a trace.
Listen. Okay, after he finishes the word trace, listen.
That from Missouri who has vanished without a trace. That from Missouri who has vanished without a...
Okay, let me slow it down. 1 sec here. That's really clear. Let's try right now. Oops.
A trace. That without a trace. Vanished without a trace. Vanished without a trace. That
bathroom.
Without a trace.
Bathroom, I'm hearing.
Trace. That's trace. That's a
Hear that?
huge.
Sounds like I'm hearing bathroom. Bathroom, I think I'm hearing.
Without a trace. Vanished without a trace. That.
I'll go over it later in my software, but it sounds like I'm hearing the bathroom. You can clearly hear EVP in the background there. You can hear a boy yelling. Evidence in the bathroom? Yeah. Could be what it is, D. That's the other thing. In my reading, too, I was flat out getting... They need to search his bedroom, like with luminol. They need to search the bathroom with luminol. And I'm getting that they have both frantically tried to clean, the typical cleanup. I'm getting the bathroom, the bedroom, the garage, and the vehicle. Whatever vehicle it was. I'm possibly his truck. That's why he's a bit winky when it comes to his truck. He gets really pissed off if people start talking about his truck. Because he doesn't want attention brought to his truck. So, I'm getting there's blood, DNA, bedroom, bathroom, garage, and truck. I'm not getting that he was deceased at the house. So cadaver dogs would not pick up on that at the house. I'm not getting, he wasn't deceased at the house. But I'm getting there was a fight. A physical fight. And abuse. Okay? And whatever happened, that there is blood. Period.
That's a huge significance here that it's like, wow, how? So.
It's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the college kid is from Missouri, I think.
Yeah, Missouri.
I can only imagine what his family's going through.
It's like your worst nightmare.
Again, look, listen.
I can only imagine what his family's going through.
It's like your worst nightmare.
Missouri.
I can only imagine what his family's going through.
It's like your worst nightmare come alive.
I can only imagine what his family's going through.
It's like your worst nightmare come
Right
alive.
there. As she's
Imagine
talking.
what his family's going through.
It's like your worst nightmare come alive.
Mama something. Mama something. You can hear him talking when she is.
I can only imagine what his family's going through.
It's like your worst nightmare come alive.
Do you guys receive
Wow.
hate
That-
on the internet?
Yes, and it's ongoing. It's every single day.
See, what's with
And
that?
it's ongoing.
Look at him.
Receive hate
That-
on the internet.
Yes. And
What
it's
is with that?
ongoing. It's every single day.
Hate
That-
on the internet.
Yes.
Like, is this the narcissist coming out again? Like, watch his face here. He's almost laughing. Like, what, you think this is fun? Is this fun? That's another thing I get, and a lot of other people probably will agree with me. I think that, in my opinion, he's finding all of this fascinating on a psychological level. He's very, very smart. I'll give him that. I'm getting that he finds it like fascinating. He honestly thinks that he has like fooled everybody. Like, this case is going to go down in history and be in the books. He thinks he's fooled everybody. Yeah. They have the death penalty in Tennessee, correct? Yeah. Snobby, yeah.
And it's ongoing. It's every single day.
Yeah, look at that.
On the internet.
Yes, and it's ongoing. It's every single day.
Really?
People are people all day. Ongoing. It's every single day.
That's.
On the internet.
I'm surprised Justin doesn't
and
have
it's
this clip.
ongoing.
Let's receive hate
That-
on the internet.
Yes,
Right
and
there.
It's ongoing. It's every single day.
That's sad.
People are people, and they have their.
Well, she's staring at the ground in full grief. Like, she is clearly in shock and grief. And if I'm right, I'm getting she's having to hide it because of him. She can't fully express her feelings because of him. I could be wrong. It's my opinion.
Their opinions. Everybody is, and they have their opinions. Everybody is, and they have their opinions. Everybody
Okay, that's
is
a dog, I
and they have
think.
their opinions. Everybody is formulating their idea of what's going on and who's guilty and who's not guilty because they want to know, or they feel because they want to know, or they feel they need to know. There's a difference. Unfortunately, what I will tell you is that when you're the family in this position and you're working with law enforcement, and you're the family in this position and you're working with law enforcement, and everything's going the way it goes, people automatically assume this parent or that parent. And in this situation, I can promise you, every single parent has been vetted. Okay.
See, this is just, yeah. This is his bullshit here, where he's like, okay, we need to be convincing. The bullshit. Vetted means nothing. Vetted means nothing. That just means that they've looked into you. Doesn't mean you're cleared. It means they know who you are and your story behind you. Not that you're cleared, it means nothing.
Can't go into details, but I can tell you we have been vetted and we have been cleared.
You have not been cleared. See, bullshit. You have not been cleared.
Of all possibility of wrongdoing, foul play, there's nothing to that. We've heard all kinds of stories of that. We've heard all kinds of stories.
I pretty much don't even go online anymore at this point.
I, on the other hand, I do go on. And I do talk to these folks. And I want them to understand they have this formulated opinion.
Her face is saying Chris. Yeah.
On
Yep, I
who
agree,
we
Sheila.
are,
Yeah.
not who we truly are. They've never met us. We've never been.
Yep.
We've never crossed paths with some of these folks.
I agree, Whispering. I agree. Like, not many people have actually, at least on YouTube, I've not seen anybody come out and say that, where they feel that she is possibly, like, scared shitless of him. But that's how I see it. That's how I'm feeling it. It's how I read it as well. Totally. And there's I'm not going to speculate or talk about what I think has happened in the beginning. Well, there's definitely relationship problems between the two of them. And I've got it on my reading. Go watch my reading. In my reading, I was getting, when the cat's away, the mice will play. Put two and two together. And I'm getting... they had World War III, and yeah. To be honest, I was getting that Sebastian, I don't know, I'll say it, was possibly trying to defend and protect his mom in this argument. Whatever happened. I'm getting that he literally was like in the middle, trying to defend and help her. Big, huge fight. I just can't get past that I'm getting huge fight between a couple, somebody being unfaithful and shit hitting the fan. That's why he was in town, according to my readings. The fight was on.
But I have told them all.
And the person, I'm getting a Range Rover is involved. A guy that drives a Range Rover. Whoever that is.
If you want to know, just ask me. I'll answer your questions to the best of what I can. There are some things that I cannot give you because law enforcement has dictated that we...
She said, I don't know why he walked out that door. Bedroom. Not from... Oh, pink butterfly, really? That's a good point, hon. Yeah, you could be right, Pink. Oh my God. Yeah. Good point.
are not to provide certain information, but I will try. Stated that we are not to provide certain information, but I will try. I am direct, I am brash, but I am very respectful. So, if you have questions, ask. I'll give you what I can.
Oh,
If
listen.
you have questions, ask. I'll give you what I can. I am direct, I am brash, but I am very respectful. So, if you have questions, ask. I'll give you what I can. Just
Right
be
here.
respectful.
Wow.
Ask. I'll give you what I can. If you have questions,
After he says can, listen.
ask. I'll give you what I can. If you have questions, ask. I'll give you what I can.
Okay, let me slow that down. Definitely EVP have a boy. Clearly. Like, wow, that one's like as if he's in the freaking room there. Playback. Let's slow this down.
I'll give you what I can. Give you what I can.
Flat out, I'm hearing Chris is a bastard. Listen.
Just do what I can. Just do what I can. Just do what I can. Just
Wow.
what I can. Give you what I can.
See? I told ya. If you've got headphones on, you can hear it. Chris is a bastard.
Just do what I can. Just
Wow.
do what I can. Just be respectful, please. And keep in mind, be respectful, please.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. That was very clear. Huh. I find it fascinating. It's fascinating. Fascinating. Okay. Hi, Isha. Hi, Karen. Wow, that's crazy.
And keep in mind, there's 3 parents and there's thousands and millions of people out there that may have a question. We are trying to get to them, I promise you. Trying to get to them, I promise you.
Okay,
We
that's
are trying
Olivia
to
in the
get to them,
background there.
I promise you.
How has your guys' life been affected by the, like, I know it's a broad question, but what's, like, when you wake up in the morning, what's it just like?
Miserable, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Think of it like this. You wake up every morning and your routine is what it is and you know it, right? Now wake up when this happens and you can't figure out what to
Yeah.
do.
Yep, Bernadette. Yep.
You struggle every single day on trying to, you struggle every single day on
There's
trying
another
to,
one.
you struggle every single day on.
See, the thing I find interesting is that, and I had this in the Wells case too, the EVPs come through the strongest after the man. So whenever Don Wells spoke, and now after Edgar speaks. For some reason, I'm not sure why, but I always get the strongest, clearest EVPs after the male. I don't know why. Well, I kind of do know why. In my opinion, I get it's because they're suspects. Simple as that. Spirit is trying their best to tell their truth. Period. Just some of us, not very many of us can hear them like I can. I'm a clairaudient, and that means I hear spirits. I don't see them, I hear them. So, yeah, they're trying to tell the truth. Period.
Trying to.
And we're at a point now in life and society that our electronics can actually capture it. That's the amazing part. Our digital devices actually can catch it now, when years ago there was no such thing.
Get out of the bed to deal and face everybody's negativity, you know, and you try to make it a positive thing.
Or the fact that my son's still not home.
You know.
See, right here, she's showing true emotion here. She's not crying. She's keeping her composure, but she's broken. She's freaking broken. I don't even know how she's sitting here. And he's taking it on like he's a big, huge ego fest.
We have a bedroom that's empty that is never normally ever empty, except for when he's with his dad every other weekend. Never normally ever empty, except for when he's with his dad every other weekend. So now we have a child that's missing. So there's no words to missing. So there's no word. A child that's missing.
Right there, the side smirk on the side smirk. Watch right here, side smirk.
So there's no words to describe it, but I can just tell you, it's like you get up and now you don't know what to do.
Sebastian's parents also talked about how his actions and behaviors could be different, or how he would respond in a new environment.
Well, that's kind of tricky because Sebastian
It's not funny.
hasn't been on his medication in 20 days. Because Sebastian hasn't been on his medication in 20 days. So he is rambunctious. He's gonna be hungry. He turns into a bottomless pit. I mean, he's your teenage boy. Hungry. He turns into a rambunctious. He's gonna be hungry. He turns into a bottomless pit. I mean, he's your teenage boy. You know, always hungry. On
This
the
part
spectrum,
here,
yes.
this part here makes me mad. I've seen this part many times. Yep. Yep, exactly, Divine. Hi, videos. Hi, Hunt.
But not one autistic child in this world is like another one. What we can tell you is he's smart. He can be goofy.
Okay, and then I'm going to say it. There's one thing I'm going to say about my reading. I honestly don't remember if I put this in the reading or not. I think I did. I was flat out picking up from Sebastian that, and I was flat out getting from him that Sebastian, inside himself, was angry that people couldn't understand how he was inside as a boy with autism. He was angry that he couldn't express himself the way he wanted to. So the thought process in his mind was there, but he couldn't do it. Like there was a disconnect, you know, from his condition. I'm getting that he was very, very angry. Angry kid. And I don't blame him. Because of his condition, he was angry. He couldn't express himself. Period. And they were mean to him, and bullied him, and abused him. Took advantage of his condition and made things worse. You don't treat an autistic child like a parent that's a drill sergeant. That doesn't work. It's not his fault that he has autism. It's not his fault. So why would you treat him poorly? Why would you treat him like he was stupid? When he's not. He was genius. Genius. He just didn't know how to communicate and function. And it made him mad. You wonder why he had an attitude problem. He was pissed off. He was mad. I don't blame him. He was mad. Angry. He couldn't express himself. And angry that he was so nervous all the time that he had to wear pull-ups because you scared him. That's why. You scared him. That's why. That's why he never had a problem at Seth's house. Because he wasn't scared of Seth. But he was terrified of you. That's why he couldn't control himself. And he was angry about that. Can you imagine the humiliation and embarrassment? And then not being able to express that embarrassment? Yeah, that's I was getting all that in my reading. He was very angry. Very angry kid. He was failed. Okay, and that's one more thing I'm going to say. In all of my reading, I didn't hear one thing about his mom. Nothing. Except that he loved her. And tons of stuff about his dad, Seth. His father, Seth. You're not his father. And how much he loved his mom and Seth. But you wouldn't believe what I have heard about you. I can't repeat what I have heard about you.
Kind of has issues with personal space.
Here we go. Okay, this is it. The whole personal space thing. I'm not going to come out and say it, but put two and two together here, people, and figure out what I'm trying to say here. The boy was a teenager, growing up, unable to express himself, unable to understand what was happening to himself as he grew and went through started puberty. And he actually embarrasses him in front of thousands of people.
He can be
up in your face kind of kid.
Yeah, I'm sure he is up in your face because he's scared of you and pissed off.
Up in your face kind of kid.
He can be aggressive if he's upset.
Up in your face kind of kid.
He can be aggressive if he's upset.
Yeah.
This is it. This is it right here. They're explaining everything that's happened right here. Right here. Look at his face. Did Sebastian get up in your face while you were fighting with your wife? Yeah. Did he get up in your face trying to protect his mama?
He can be aggressive if he's upset.
Yeah. He's emotional. He's a teenager.
He doesn't like punch and hit and upset.
Yeah. He's emotional. He's a teenager.
He can be aggressive if he's upset.
Yeah. He's emotional. He's a teenager. He's
He
got.
doesn't like punch if
His-
he's upset.
Yeah. He's emotional. He's a teenager. He's
He
got.
doesn't like aggressive if he's upset.
Yeah. He's emotional. He's a teenager. He's
He
got.
doesn't like
He's a much lazy teenager.
punch if he's upset.
Yeah. He's emotional. He's a teenager. He's
He
got.
doesn't like punch and hit and throw, but he
No.
gets really like aggressive stanced or like clipped where he just won't talk to you, or you know, if he's really upset, he like growls.
Yeah. He.
That's also a sign of abuse. I've heard that. I know people. Let's just say when a kid growls, a child growls. If a child is growling, that is pure instinct coming through. Right there, look at that.
Like growls.
Yeah. He.
Like growls.
Yeah. He.
Wow,
Really
his eyes
upset,
even roll
like,
back there.
growls.
Yeah. He. Oh man.
Uh-huh. Did he growl at you, Edgar? Is that what's happening here? All you can do is just laugh it off? You push the kid to the point of growling? Is that what's happening? Wow.
Oh man.
Oh, man.
Her look.
Oh man.
Her look. Pay
Be
attention.
vigilant. You know, and we don't expect everybody to stop what they do and spend every waking minute. But you would be surprised on how easily people are complacent and not realize certain things. We're all guilty because we're all human. We all live a daily life. But sometimes just being a little bit extra vigilant,
Aware of your surroundings in case there's something suspicious.
you never know. But don't ever stop is all we ask. Please keep looking, keep searching. Anything, reach out. You know, doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely, you know, keep his story in the spotlight, and all it takes is for one person to see something or know something, and
All we need is just
that's just
one clue.
that one clue.
The old saying, see something, say something.
And if you
I honestly, I kind of feel bad for her. Extra vigilant, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Victoria. She said stay vigilant.
others, but
The old saying, see something, say something.
and a few others, but we're
Or know something, and
all we need is just
that's just
one clue.
that one see something or know something, and
All we need is just
that's just
one clue.
that one clue.
So
Something
many
or
just
know
one clue.
something, and
All we need is just
that's
one
just
clue.
that one clue.
The old saying, see something, say something.
And a few others, but we're working with everyone we can
Yeah.
and taking, like, some people have been kind and reached out. to
That's true,
resources
Steph.
that I didn't know were out there.
And that's the biggest mistake of her life. Yep. She's made the biggest mistake of her life here. Yep. If it turns out that he is the suspect, she's going to be in trouble for the rest of her life. Because she's covered up for him.
And I've reached out to all of them. Truckers Against Trafficking, we reached out to them just in case.
Biker world, that's one thing everybody has in common is their love for a child. And they can't stand to see children missing, hurt. And it doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter what group it is. That's one commonality between every group.
Yeah.
And that's why as a part of
She needs to go and turn herself in, basically, and demand protection. Like, I'm sure they'll protect her. Like, if she goes and talks, they'll protect her. She needs to make it clear that she's scared of him.
Being in that world, we go and we utilize our brothers and sisters to help spread that word. You'd be surprised on how easy it is to spot somebody. The biker. So.
How can people help?
This community, I'm gonna tell you right now, far and wide,
Okay.
multiple.
Okay, so that's the end of that one. There's so much more I have not seen. I've not seen like almost everything here. Sebastian Rogers press conference. This was 9 months ago. Okay. Protection from the whole family. Yes, I agree. Yeah. 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 Throat swollen. Yes, TD Dean. Good point. Yes. I'm noticing her throat was very swollen. I was actually going to say she needs to go get her thyroid checked if she's watching by chance. Go get your thyroid checked. Yeah. Okay, so let's just go and see. Let's see, what else is there to watch here? So many news things. I'm not going to get involved in the drama between all the channels and dog and all that crap. Yeah, it's just Secret Service joins his case. That should say something right there. Secret Service is doing his case. Okay, the neighbor speaks out. Oh, that's JLR. Okay, where should we go? I want to look at stuff that's really old. The rumor the glasses were found. Apparently they weren't found. Again, another rumor being spread. And again, everything you see on my channel is alleged. It's mostly all my readings, so nothing can be considered factual. Psychic readings cannot be considered fact. My personal opinions, etc. Yeah. The dry run, I don't know where that would be. Would that be on Olivia's channel?
Sebastian's dad, his bio dad, Sebastian, Seth, I don't understand that because he told me he would take a polygraph if I set it up. I set it up. I went through a lot of hoops to get it set up. One convenient to him in the area where he says he's working. Then he wouldn't take it and blames the TBI. So now I find out.
Oh, so she actually had I didn't know she actually had it set up. Good for her. She's tried so hard on this case, Nancy.
He's told other outlets he's taken one and passed. Do you know the truth?
I don't. I really don't know, but I'll tell you what. I volunteered to take polygraph. I was told that I wasn't. I didn't need to because they have my location and whereabouts, but I still volunteered. And if somebody wants me to take one, that's something of my own free will.
There you go. Yeah, she's not... True, Teresa, I totally get what you're saying. Yeah. She knows what's happened. She knows everything. And she's part of the cover-up, in my opinion. She could easily solve this and go and get this done. Just like in the Wells case, Candace just walked into the frickin' sheriff's office. This could all be over with. Okay, what are we doing here? I want to try and stick with today I'm talking to the Sebastian Rogers list. No. It's a big fight, really. Yep. 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 Exactly. Frustration. Oh, yeah, let's see this one.
The more eyes that we have out here to be able to locate him will be a whole lot better.
Frustration surfacing in the search for Sebastian Rogers as nearly a month has passed since the 15-year-old with autism went missing from his home in Sumner County. Today, Sebastian's biological father and a group of volunteers searched again near the Rockland Recreation Area in Hendersonville for any clue leading to Sebastian. This, as they say, private tracking dogs.
So the Rockland area, I discussed the Rockland area with his grandma, and I'm not getting the Rockland area at all. I'm not getting any read on that area.
Alerted to a particular spot this weekend that they say hasn't yet been checked out by law enforcement. County leaders responding, saying that the volunteers need to, quote, trust the process. As the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and TBI scaled back the ground search for Sebastian Rogers.
Good doggo. We love the doggos. The doggos are so good.
To focus more on the investigative side of his disappearance, his biological father, Seth Rogers, continues to coordinate search parties in the weeks since.
Law enforcement only has so many people. So it's us as a community, as well as a family, to be out there searching and to assist as much as we possibly can.
This weekend, a focus on the Rockland Recreational Area, about 6 miles from Sebastian's home, where Sebastian's mother and
Though the Rockland area does match what my readings say, but I'm not picking up on that area, but it is the same scenario. I see water, and I see a huge tree, a fallen log, an oak tree to be exact, a fallen oak tree into the water, and he's beside the tree, half in, half out of the water. Or was, let's put it that way, was before all the major storms happened.
Father, Katie and Chris Proudfoot, believe he walked off in the middle of the night. Investigators saying they found little, if any, trace of the teen. Sebastian's father telling me today that the initial search radius was about 5 miles and that he wants to scour as much area beyond that as possible.
We just want to find Sebastian. That man over there is broken. He needs his son back.
Nonprofit search group the United Cajun Navy, already in town for the Riley Strain case, joined in the search effort for Sebastian Saturday.
And this is when, this is my opinion, this is when all the drama started. When the Cajun Navy, this is when it seems like all the drama in the case started with this search crew, where I remember there was YouTubers and regular people out wanting to search for Sebastian, and that the Cajun Navy was asking people for their IDs and wanting to run like background checks on the people that were wanting to search, which I get. I don't see anything wrong with that. I've done many searches for people, and yeah, you have to hand over your ID. They need to know who is out there searching in case you go missing. That's just the way it is. You have to sign a sheet, sign in, sign out sheet. And people got really bent that they were asking for their personal details. And that's when all of a sudden it just all started. The drama just started rolling in the case.
Searchers telling me 2 of their tracking dogs appear to hit on a spot.
When the dog had
And apparently, from what I was told, was this spot had nothing to do with Sebastian. Apparently, a homeless man had deceased in that spot ahead of time, like, I don't know when, but like before. And so the dog was actually picking up on that spot. And it was, yeah, some homeless person.
the hit, everybody got out of the area so law enforcement could come in and do their job. Did they do that? I don't know. I'm not sure. But I feel like it was something that should have been, if not, been checked into.
No confirmation from the Sumner County Sheriff or TBI on whether they followed up on that lead, but a source with the United Cajun Navy says since the land is federal representatives would need to accompany law enforcement on any of their searches, and that could happen this week. Meantime, Sebastian's father and his team are given access inside this warehouse.
Sebastian, son, Dad.
But there are concerns among county officials over the search volunteers.
Seeing Seth in these early days, it broke my heart. It truly broke my heart. It still upsets me to watch. I feel his emotions. I'm sure all of you do. Yeah. Being a parent searching for your child is just, it's got to be heart-wrenching. Not knowing what you're going to find in the next corner of the building, you know?
Years about safety, complaints over trespassing, and possibly compromising any kind of evidence or scene that might surface. Today, County Commissioner Don Schmidt asking for volunteers to, quote, leave the search to professionals. That did not go over well with many online followers of Sebastian's case or volunteers actively trying to find him.
I'm not going to stop.
Well, TBI did release a statement, a lengthy statement, just 2 days ago, saying investigators continue to follow up on any tips and leads they've.
Yeah. Hi, Truth. Good to see you, honey. Okay, so what else? Oh, the ex-wife interview. Oh, this is good. I've only seen little bits of it. Let's watch a little bit of this. Okay, so credit goes to JLR, of course. Nina has shed a lot of light on the truth of what's going on here.
Always perfect in the beginning, right?
She's so beautiful.
To see the red flags, and we fail to notice things that we should in the beginning. So we should in the beginning. So that we should in the beginning. So.
Okay, I'm hearing massive EVPs in here. Okay, 1 second.
So we should in the beginning. So that we should in the beginning. So
whoa.
He made a couple of trips out here, asked me to marry him, and I made the mistake by saying I do. So we got married. Eventually we moved to San Diego.
This must be so hard on her. Must be so hard on her. You know, my hat's off to her for coming out and actually speaking and telling her story. She must feel inside, I'm just guessing, you know, she must feel terrible inside, thinking that she could have possibly have stopped this from happening if she had spoke up earlier. You know what I mean? That's just kind of what I'm getting. That I could be wrong, but I'm getting that she feels bad that she couldn't maybe protected Sebastian in a way, like couldn't have had. Yeah, that's just what I'm getting. I could be wrong.
I wasn't really ever prepared to move away again from New Mexico. I had
like almost as if like she feels bad that she didn't warn Katie like years ago. You know, sometimes it's almost like girl code, right? You got a bad boyfriend that's your ex-boyfriend and you want to warn the new girlfriend, watch out, he's an asshole. That type of thing.
Went through a divorce a couple years
Exactly, Isha.
prior to meeting Christopher. And my first husband was military as well, but I was married to him for 9.5 to 10 years, almost 10 years. We made it. He's the father of my other two.
Okay, so Chris was military. Did anybody know if he was honorably discharged or not honorably discharged? Was it honorable?
Children. And I told him that, I was remarrying and we were moving to San Diego. And he wasn't really for it. He was kind of against it due to the...
Was he Navy? Was he Navy or Air Force? Navy? They went to San Diego as Navy? Is the Navy base San Diego?
The fact that he was stationed out at Fort Bliss, which is in El Paso, Texas, and that's like 3.5 hours from Albuquerque. So he was, he would always see his kids like every weekend.
Navy, okay.
And he's like, how am I going to see my kids?
Was he on the Ronald Reagan?
But we'll figure it out. So we packed up after we said I do. I don't remember the exact date when I got married to Christopher, and maybe that's a good thing. We moved into the naval housing out there, and my son...
I've been meaning to... I've considered reaching out to Crabtree, but to be honest, I don't trust very many people. I don't trust... I don't trust anyone. I trust Silvers and I trust Terry Lynn. That's it. If I knew that I could trust Crabtree 100%, I would. But unfortunately, I see him involved with all the drama channels, which makes me hesitant. But if I could trust him, I would give him the location right now to go look. I don't trust. Okay. He's involved with the nasty channels, I know. He's headed down the wrong road. Yeah, okay.
Noah was 3 at the time, and my oldest was about 7. About 7 years old.
I won't do it then.
And she was telling me 7.
And to be honest, if somebody is not mentally well, like if they're having any sort of mental health issues, they're definitely not in the position to go look for a person and come across a deceased body. Period. Like, you have to be mentally strong to do it. Because there's a chance where, like, you'll come over, you'll find someone, you'll never get over it. You will never, ever get over it. You have to be strong to be able to do it. So, yeah, it needs to be people that are strong. Let's just say I'll never forget it.
So, I thought everything was great in the beginning. I mean, everything's always perfect, like I said. And then I started seeing bits and pieces of how Christopher really was. I was a stay-at-home wife. Due to my son being so young, I wanted to, enjoy those years with him. Then my daughter went to school right down the street. So I was home every single day. And it just started seeing, like, Christopher change, like, night and day. It was awkward. I felt really uncomfortable after a while. We would argue about
it's harsh.
Just the smallest things.
It's hard, Ashley. I've done it. It's harsh when looking for a person and they're deceased. February last year, I found somebody in my town here, and it's just, yeah, you'll never forget. You'll never forget it. You'll never forget the smell. That's the big thing. Smell. Never forget it.
And a lot of it also had to do with how he disciplined my children.
Bingo. There we go. Right out of the gate, she's telling exactly what this whole thing is about. Hi, Dee Marie.
I'm very protective over my. I'm very protective. I'm very protective over my kids. And I didn't want somebody else to discipline my children. I didn't want him talking ugly to them, or hurting their feelings. And
Wow. She's telling it.
I remember one point in time where Christopher spanked my son really hard, and I got very upset with him, and I said, you can't do that to my son. I said, he's 3, he's a baby still, like, you can't just do whatever you want.
He's 3.
And he got upset, and he's like,
okay, so I'll trigger warning as well, okay? I'm glad he put this up because I've not heard this. So trigger warning to everybody that's listening right now, please. Okay, ready?
well, you know, he needs to learn. He needs to man up. He's a man.
He needs to man up. He's 3 years old. It explains everything right there. I'm so glad that Nina came forward and spoke.
Said he's 3. He's 3.
Duchess.
And
Okay.
as time went on,
Duchess was the one that did the very first interview, right? It was Duchess and then Olivia. And then Smiley, if that's correct. I think.
like, I could see him getting more aggressive and more aggressive. And I stood up for my kids all the time. I didn't like how he, like I said, how he talked to them, how he wanted them to stand in the corner all the time, and I didn't like that.
Okay, thank you, Veronica.
So,
thanks, hon.
I stayed a little bit longer.
Trevor Lee, okay.
I ended up eventually getting pregnant with Faith. And it was probably, I want to say, maybe early
Wow. Good
September
point, Bernadette.
that I found out that I was pregnant with Faith. And I remember telling him that I was pregnant.
Okay. All right. Thank you,
and
Aggie.
he wasn't happy about it.
Thanks, babe.
So I called my parents back home here in
Okay.
Albuquerque.
Thanks, Doodlebug.
And I told them the situation.
Hit the thumbs up for
and
me, please, everybody.
Well, Christopher wants me to get an abortion with Faith.
Hit the thumbs up. Tell me what number you are.
And my parents
wow, he
said
wanted
no.
her to get an abortion.
Well, Christopher wants me to get an abortion with Faith.
He wanted her to get an abortion. Holy crap. He wanted her to get an abortion.
And my parents said, no, you're not. And I said, I'm not. Okay. So I know he was very upset about me keeping Faith at that point in time. So I came home. My grandma had gotten very sick, and I decided to come home. And after that, I just kind of stayed here in New Mexico, because at that time we weren't getting along, and we were just like newlyweds, and that should have never happened. And but I saw things, like I said, that were just it wasn't right about him. So I moved home, and I
Good for her. That's probably the best thing she's ever done. Get away from him.
did my whole pregnancy by myself.
Wow.
And so I finally, my friends
Yeah, trigger
back there in
warning, everybody.
California, my neighbors right across the street were actually calling me. I had one good friend, which is still a really good friend of mine to this day. She called me and said, Nina, Christopher's getting rid of your furniture and getting rid of your stuff. And I was like, what? And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, he's giving away like your little, your home decor stuff. Like he's giving away beds. And I was like, no way. So, and this was about Easter time. So
Yeah.
I had went out there. I made a special trip. I asked my mom to go with me, and Isabella and Noah, they went with me. And I was still pregnant with Faith at the time. So we made it. I didn't tell him that we were going out there. So I kind of, wanted to see myself, because the neighbor also informed me that there was people at the house that shouldn't have been there.
Wow.
So I guess I kind of wanted to sneak up on him and see what he was doing, right? And we pulled up into the driveway, into the driveway, and he was coming out the front
Letitia's,
door
oh yeah.
with a bed.
Good
that he
night,
was
Shar
giving to
Shar.
the
Thanks for
neighbor,
being here, hon.
which was my son's bed. And the look on his face was like a deer in headlights. And he dropped the bed right there in the front yard, went back in the front door, slammed the door, and locked it
Wow.
on my kids.
Wow. Okay, I just realized I don't think I'm even on screen. There we go.
And my mom told me at that point, she said, I can't believe he's doing this. Like, what is he doing? So I go in and I unlock the door, and I said, what are you doing? I said, are you giving away my stuff? And he had nothing to say.
Wow.
So he brought the bed back in, because I knew that's what he was doing.
Anger issues. Like, just, that's how I see it. It's uncontrollable rage.
And, the neighbor across the street, like I said, told me. So we stayed there. It was super uncomfortable. My mom felt the tension between the both of us. My children felt it as well. And at the time, Faith started moving. Like I could start, I felt her moving around in my stomach. And I told Christopher, I said, look, I said, put your hand on my stomach.
Throws out everything. Yeah.
He said, no. When you're pregnant, you always think that your spouse is going to be super supportive and be super excited.
Of course.
That you're pregnant and bringing a life into this world for him, right? But
it's heartbreaking.
I didn't get that support that I needed. So,
thank you, Dee.
We had a
possession.
Conversation
exactly.
my mom brought up between Christopher,
Victoria.
myself, and her. And she had said, do you not want Faith? Like, do you not want this baby? And Christopher stated to my mom, he wasn't happy. And he said, what if one of them dies? What if Faith dies or Nina dies on the table, or when she's having this baby? Like, my mom said, don't talk like that. Like, why are you talking like that? They're still here.
It gets worse. Okay.
So we left again after.
Again, I can't stop saying this. Good for her. This gotta be so hard to bring out all of this to public. Thousands of people have watched us. Good for her.
Couple days, we came home to Albuquerque, and still I tried working it out where we were at, but it just wasn't working. I wanted out. And
psycho narcissist, yep.
I had Faith on my own. Christopher called the hospital. I told him on June 1st that I got admitted into the hospital.
Wow.
And Faith arrived like at June 2nd, like about 3 or 4 in the morning. And he kept calling the hospital and saying that my wife is in labor, she's there. But Christopher was just so rude and hateful and he wasn't even there.
Wow.
So then he arrived a couple days later after I had Faith. And he was, the doctor.
If this is too hard for anyone to watch, please leave, okay? Don't watch it if this is upsetting you.
Doctors and the nurses there were on high alert due to the fact that they heard Christopher over the phone on how he was being disrespectful to the nurses that were on call that night, as I was waiting to have her. And I asked that they not give him any more information. So he arrived. I had Faith. He arrived a couple days later, like I said. And you could just tell the look on his face, like he wasn't happy at all. Like,
wow.
Didn't say, hey, you did a good job. Didn't say, I'm so happy that you brought my daughter into this world, like nothing. And I remember my sister was holding Faith, and she had to ask Chris, do you want to hold her? He said, I guess.
Yeah. Wow.
So she handed her over to Chris. And
now he wants to fight for custody of Faith? Wow. Is that just for, like, sheer spite? Possibly?
he stayed there with me for a couple more days because I had a C-section. And on one of the occasions, I can't recall what was happening, but he was raising his voice and he was talking to me very disrespectful in front of one of the nurses.
Okay, Doodle.
And she had told him,
Hi, Flamingo.
Look.
She's still fighting for Faith, yeah. Wow. She shouldn't have to. What a strong mother. Good for her.
She just brought life into this world. She just got major surgery, and you're yelling at her, and I have a problem with that. She said, if you continue to do this, I'm going to have to tell social services to come down here, and I'm also going to have to ask you to leave the hospital and not return. So at that point in time, he kind of calmed down after he heard that. But unfortunately, that didn't last very long.
Wow.
He continued to do that. So
Full
social
custody. He's
services
been
at the
fighting for
hospital
7 years.
was
Oh my
told to come
God.
down. And he
Wow.
was pretty much, she said, you can't do that here. And she was really concerned for my well-being at the time, and also Faith's, because here is Christopher,
Evil,
dictating and telling me what I can and can't do, and telling the nurses to do their job correctly and all these other things, and raising his voice at me. And so they had to step in. And so she said, this is it. Like, you're gonna have to leave the premises.
Could be, Jean Marie.
And he got a little upset, and he's like, no, I'm gonna change. I'm gonna be good. So, they said, okay, but we're watching you.
Hi, Vishnu.
We're watching you. So after that, we had left. They discharged all of us from the hospital, and he didn't want to stay at my parents' house because my mom and dad live in a trailer, and he doesn't like that. It's a house, right?
Oh my God.
Still. So
seriously? Again, that explains more. What, are you too good to stay in a trailer?
he rented a room at Kirtland Air Force Base, and they have like lodging there, which is like a house, old base housing, and we ended up getting one of those. And we stayed there for a while. I remember one night in particular where we all had went out and got something to eat to bring it back to the room.
Oh, he's a Richard. Oh, gee, that's a good one.
I had went into the restroom, I believe that's where I was at, and Faith was in her car seat, and my oldest daughter was in the living room with my son and Christopher. Well,
he stays in a fifth wheel trailer, exactly.
Anyways,
if that's the case, he must absolutely hate it, huh? You live in a shitty trailer there? You trailer trash?
I guess I wasn't moving fast enough for Christopher. But the baby started crying. Faith started crying. And, she's crying, and I'm trying to get to her as fast as I can. And when she was in the car seat, my oldest daughter at the time witnessed this with my 3-year-old son. When she was in the car seat, he ended up hitting the car seat against the wall. And he's getting upset because she's crying. And then when she was in her car seat, there was a coffee table right there, and he ended up tossing her on the coffee table with the car seat because he was so irate that she was crying.
What? Okay, I'm going to be shocked, aren't I? Okay, I've not seen this, so this is all new to me. Holy cow.
And I said, hey, what's your problem? I said, what are you doing? Like, she's a baby. She's going to cry.
Okay.
I wish I would have just... I wish I would have never met him.
JLR. My hat's off to JLR in this too. He's just letting her talk, eh?
I'm sorry. I should have left a long time ago. Because no children ever deserve this. My kids didn't. So
Okay.
he left again to San Diego. A couple of days went by. Then all of a sudden he's like, well, why don't you move to Hendersonville?
Oh, this is from Trevor Lee. Okay, I'm watching it on JLR.
And I was like, why though? In my head, and I knew it was a bad idea. I just knew it. I knew it because our marriage was on the rocks. I wasn't happy. He wasn't a good father figure to my children. I don't know why I said yes. Well, anyways, so let me back up. So before he left back to San Diego, Faith ended up going back into the NICU. She ended up getting jaundice, and she went back to the NICU. So she was in the NICU, I want to say, for a week to a week and a half, and that was when Kathy, Chris's mother, came out, flew down with her brother, Duran guy, or they call him Big D. They came down, and she was in the NICU. And that was when I felt like a plan was made, because like I said, our marriages it was on the rocks. And one of my neighbors had told me in San Diego, they had warned me. They had said, Nina, be careful, because Christopher is coming up with a plan with his mother. Mm-hmm. And they're planning on taking the baby away from you. And I was like, what? Like, thinking to myself, it can't be true from somebody that's supposed to love you, right? Like somebody that you're supposed to share your life with. Like, why would he want to take the baby away from me?
Wow.
And she warned me.
I will, Lovable. Thanks,
But I was like, no, why would they do that? So then after Faith got out of the NICU, we were no longer staying in base housing. We were staying at one of the NBC suites down here. Then his mom came up with an idea. She goes, well, since you guys, will be moving to Hendersonville. And I was like, I felt like, okay, well, maybe. And he's like, well, you'll get help. You're going to get help from my family. And, but I was already getting help here from my parents, with my other two children that they helped me raise.
Wow.
So that I went along with it. Like I said earlier, even though I knew it was wrong to go, I still went, hoping that my marriage would work out. So she ended up taking Faith, although I was against it. Kathy Bowers Hawks and her brother Duran ended up taking Faith.
Yeah.
And
I'm picking up on Guy. That's all I'm saying.
My mom and dad were like, my mom started crying, and she goes, why are you letting them take the baby?
Wow.
And I said, because Christopher said that it's going to be too hard for her to travel, to travel. And I'm sorry. They went back. So Kathy and Big D went back to Tennessee. So 2 weeks later, about 3 weeks, maybe 3 weeks later, Kathy ended up coming back by herself. I do apologize. She came back by herself to pick up Faith. She was here in Albuquerque for one night, and I was, even though I was against it, I let her go with Kathy, because Christopher said it was going to be too hard to travel with her being a new baby. So he came out from San Diego, rented a U-Haul, packed all our stuff, and we pretty much left. And
Trevor Lee interview. Okay.
That's
Thank
how
you.
I ended.
Okay. Credit goes to Trevor Lee as well. Okay. I've never watched Trevor Lee before, so.
Up in Hendersonville, Tennessee. That's when
June's telling the neighborhood off at the moment. Can you hear her? She's outside telling the whole neighborhood off.
My whole life changed. That's when my nightmare happened. We lived with his mother and his stepfather, Terry, for about a good month because our apartment wasn't going to be ready until the end of August, about the end of August. So it was really uncomfortable living there. You know, Terry and Kathy would always bicker at each other, and she'd be bickering with Christopher, and, you know, my kids were a problem, an issue. It was always something. I felt really uncomfortable, and I wanted to come home.
So a whole fighting household dynamic, eh? Fighting dynamic. Interesting. Trevor Lee has left YouTube. Oh.
I just wanted to come home to everything that I knew. I wanted my mom and my dad, even though I was a grown woman, I needed that. So
They tricked her. That's unbelievable.
we all had to get along, tried to for the most part, but it was just an awkward situation. I always felt like we were the outcast. Never felt accepted by the Proudfits or the Bowersocks.
Wow.
On one occasion, Christopher was cutting my oldest daughter's nails, and she didn't want her nails cut. And Christopher, you know, grabbed a hold of her hand, and she pulled her hand away. And my daughter at the time had braces. He backhand Isabel in the face and busted her whole lip open.
What? Okay. Why is this man not behind bars? Just that statement alone should be enough grounds for them to investigate him, drag that ass into the station, and interrogate him for a week. That's insane.
I should have left, but I didn't. And
It's so obvious.
like, oh my God, like I can't be here. I don't want to be here anymore. So I would come up with every excuse just to come home, but yet, you know, that never.
I agree,
couldn't come
Deamery.
home. So finally, we went and we moved into the apartment.
Hi, Yolanda.
And
Hi, hon.
a phone call, like as soon as Christopher was leaving, he settled us in, got a storage unit of what couldn't fit in the apartment. He got everything ready, all right? Him and his family. As soon as he knew that we were comfortable, he left back to San Diego.
Wow.
But the night prior to him leaving, he had got a phone call or text message that night, and it said something like, "Hey baby," or around something like that, saying that when is your flight coming in? And I was like,
Oh,
what? Like, who's texting him? So I did confront him. And like he said on one of the podcasts is that I did slap him. Yes, I did slap him across the face, because who's he talking to at this time and saying, and I mean, he could say that she was
okay.
lesbian, I mean, up and down, but I mean, at this point in time, I didn't know what to believe. And I was like, okay. So then after that following day, he finally left. His mother came to pick him up to take him to the airport.
Hearing this makes me feel that I am even more correct on my reading. Like, she's basically just validating everything. Huh. Interesting.
And he went back to San Diego. And I was left in Hendersonville with three children and pretty much no help from anybody. So I have found a job. I had a job, and Kathy helped once in a while. And I needed to find a babysitter. So his biological father, Michael, and his stepmother, Linda, at that point in time offered their services and said that, they can take care of my two older children. And Kathy didn't want Faith going over to Michael's house. So she took care of her. And at that point in time, Christopher, we were still communicating. And like I said, our marriage was on the rocks. So my oldest daughter had gotten sick, and she has upper respiratory issues. So I took her to the emergency room in Hendersonville, and that's when Hendersonville transferred her to Vanderbilt. Is that what I believe that hospital's name is? And I was kind of frantic because I was like, well, what am I going to do?
I was just thinking that doodlebug. Nobody's heard anything about the bio dad. He's probably just watching all this go down, shaking his head.
Son, and with the baby, like, who's going to help me? So I was, I called Chris and I told him, I said, hey, can your mom watch, Faith, or can somebody help me? Everybody was so quick to help me at that point in time. So Faith stayed with Kathy, and Noah Bryce went with his sister, Melissa.
She's the crazy one. Oh, I see.
I went with my oldest daughter. We got transported downtown. And so we stayed there. I can't recall how many days we were there. And Christopher had, I'd check on the kids, see how they were doing. And that point in time, I was like, okay, well, we got discharged, telling everybody, okay, you can bring Noah back, and telling Kathy, okay, I'm going to be home so you can bring Faith back. Thinking that my children were going to come home to me. I get back to the apartment complex, and I pulled into the parking lot, and I see Melissa just pulled in right next to me. It seems like they were already there waiting for me to get there. And then she said, I can't stay. I would love to stay, but I can't stay because I don't know what they were doing. And she just, my son gets out of her van, and then we walk inside, and I was waiting, for Faith to get there. And we weren't there but less than maybe 5 minutes. And I hear a knock at the door. And I was like, oh, great, Faith is home. And it was Kathy's friend, Patty, that's an attorney.
What?
And she said, "Are you called me by my real name, Gomez?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she said, "You've been served."
Oh my God.
She said, "You have a protection order against you. You can't
What?
see."
Okay, so here we go. The protection order game. So they do the same thing to Betty. Isn't that interesting? Is that their number one card they pull? Let's file protection orders against everybody. Interesting.
And Chris is filing for divorce.
Hi, Christy.
And I was like, "What?" So then I go back, and thinking like my heart just drops. Like, what? Like, is this a dream? Like, this can't be happening to me. Like, this cannot be happening to me right now. So then I get on the phone and I try calling Chris and he didn't answer. And then I was like, rushing around, and I get my kids in the truck and I go to the Gallatin police department, and I, was ringing the call button. And like finally 30 minutes later, somebody shows up and I told them what happened and I showed them the paper and they said, "Yep,
Wow.
we can't help you."
Oh my God. That's crazy.
All I can think about is my baby. Like, how am I gonna get my baby back?
Wow.
Like, why is this happening to me? So I go to Kathy's house and I knock on the door.
That's crazy.
And I remember I had Christopher's stepmom, Linda, on the phone with me. She was on speakerphone.
Breastfeeding
And
also.
I told her
Oh
what
my
was going on.
God.
Little did I know everybody was in on this.
Hi, Joni. Hi, hon.
And Terry answered the door, which is Chris's stepfather. And he told me that I need to get off of his fucking property.
Wow.
And here little Noah's 3 years old and my Isabella's 7. And they're standing behind me. And I said, "Please tell me what's going on." I said, "We're safe."
I agree.
Please.
I agree, Jean Marie.
And he told me, "Get off my fucking property." And he took out a green and black baseball bat.
What?
And he told me to fucking leave or he's gonna bash me and my kids' heads.
Oh my God. Wow. Wow. And tell me nothing comes of this, right? Oh my God.
So me and my kids walked out to my truck.
Yeah.
And we got back in it. And I was like, "Oh my God, what do I do? This is a nightmare. What am I going to do?" And Chris was inside of the house with the baby. I saw his shadow. And they lied for him and they said that he was in California and he really wasn't.
Exactly, strawberries.
So we go back to the apartment and I'm trying to gather all my thoughts together. I'm trying to keep as calm as I can for my other two children, but all I could do was just cry and just think, like, what is my next move? What am I going to do now? I'm so far away from home. I'm far away from my parents. I'm far away from everything that I've ever known.
So it's the tip. He's isolated her. Wow.
So then I make a call to my brother, who he lives in Phoenix. And I told him what was going on, and he was so upset. And he's like, "Oh my God." And he's like, "Have you called Mom and Dad yet?" And I said, "No." And he told me himself that day, he said, "You're going to fight. You're going to fight like hell to get Faith back. You don't leave that baby in that state. You fight like hell to get her back, whatever it takes."
Yeah.
And that's what I did. I called my mom and dad. And it had to have been after midnight here, so about like 1 something our time there. My dad answered the phone.
Wow, Teresa, that's crazy.
And I couldn't talk. All I could do is cry. I couldn't get the words out. And finally he said, "Calm down. Please calm down and tell me what happened." And I told him. I said, "Daddy, they did my baby."
Wow.
And all he could get out is, "Oh no, they hurt my baby." And he started crying. And he woke my mom up. And he said, "You hang in there, we're on our way." So every single day.
I had no idea it was this bad. Oh my God. Just makes me more and more angry.
I worked at a local Great Flips out there. And I went in from the time it opened to the time it closed.
I agree, strawberries.
That following morning after all this had happened, I went to my bank account and to my savings. I've been saving money through this whole entire time, but I've been using it since we were out there so I can help support my kids and myself. But little did I know that Christopher
That I did
wanted
see,
me to use all my
Deabury.
money because he didn't want me to have anything, so I wouldn't retain a lawyer. So that morning before I went to work and dropped my kids.
Okay, so what would his motive be of wanting to have Nina if he didn't want her in the first place? Was it just spite? Was he... Why? Just to cause trouble?
Kids off at the time, Michael and Linda, which is Christopher's biological father, and his stepmother were still helping me watch my kids because they still had to work. And I went into my bank account and I remember...
Thank you, Susie.
I only had $1,100 in there. And I was looking through the phone book or looking through, my phone and seeing, well, I need to get a lawyer. Who can
Katie was sleeping. Oh my God. Wow.
I get? Thank God for Mr. Edwards, because I went into his office before, I called into work that day pretty much, and I said I need to just think. I said I need a day off. So I went into his office, and I ended up doing a consultation with him. And I remember him, he told me what his fees were, and he told me, I told him the situation. And he was in shock, and he goes, my God, he goes,
yeah, control freak.
This all happened, like, you should have never came out here. And I said, I know, I should have never came out here. So at the time, I explained the situation to Mr. Edwards, and I was crying. And I said, Mr. Edwards, I said, I just want my baby back. And then I remember I still had my wedding ring on at that point in time. And I slipped off my wedding ring, and I sat it on his desk.
CPS definitely failed. That's so sad. They failed Summer as well.
And he looks at me, and I said, please, sir, I'm not doing anything just for my baby back. He said, you're all I have. Please help me. I remember he took out his little magnifying glass, and he looked at it, and he put his head down. And he goes, God. He goes, I work for money. I said, and I know, sir. I said, and I promise I will pay you every dime that I can. Just help me bring my baby home. And he said, you got yourself a lawyer.
Aw. Wow.
And he fought. He fought like hell for Faith.
Wow.
We went to, everything happened in Gallatin Courthouse. My parents were there.
I wonder how long it took.
We went to the first trial, and I remember walking in the courthouse, and my stomach was turning. I hadn't seen my baby.
It's interesting, up here in Canada, we don't hear much about like our CPS system failing people. I'm sure there's issues, but it's quiet. They don't talk about it, which is kind of interesting.
My baby there. Just in arm's reach, and I couldn't even hold her, and I couldn't even kiss her, and I couldn't even tell her I love her. So we went to trial. I don't know what you want to call it, a trial, a hearing. I think I was just so oblivious to everything at that point because I was so heartbroken that my baby was gone. And we go into the courtroom, and all I had was my dad in there. And their side, all the benches filled up with his family being loud and laughing. And it was just my daddy and me and Mr. Edward.
Wow.
And I remember the judge, his attorney, just everybody in there. All the hurtful things that they put on black and white about me. Just the eyes glaring at me and making it seem like I was a bad person.
Exactly,
And I
Christy.
sat there.
Exactly, honey.
And he asked me a couple of questions.
God already knows what they've done. They have to answer to him at the end.
And I answered. One of them was, "Why did you move out here, Miss Broadfoot?" I said, "Your Honor, to try to make my marriage work." Said in which it didn't. I said I made a mistake by coming out here. I made a mistake by trusting somebody. And I said if I could change back the hands of time, I probably wouldn't have even came out here. And they did whatever they were doing, and then the judge, said that I only had visitations with Faith, and they all had to be supervised.
What?
So then the supervised visitations started happening, and we would visit Faith.
Wow.
And I remember one visitation that had happened.
Supervised visitation. Right off the get-go. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
At a park. I can't recall the park.
It shows they must have some sort of pull, for sure, in the system.
Name. But there was a duck pond and really nice playground for the kids. And I remember Kathy showing up with Faith. And we all sat there, got Faith out of the car seat. I was loving on her and kissing her and telling her how much I love her.
Wow.
How much we missed her. And I handed her to her big sister. And I took a picture of those two. And my oldest daughter was
Friends
crying.
with Craddock, yeah.
We only had about, I believe it was between 20 and 30 minutes of visitation with Faith. Once a week, if I'm right. There's a lot of things that...
And she was still breastfeeding. What? Oh. Wow.
After so many years, it's hard. Like, I would just remember, like, the big things that happened, and that was one of them. It was between 20 and 30 minutes.
Karma will come, that's for
and
sure.
My son was there. And then Kathy got her ready to leave. They had to leave first, and then we left after. I remember holding my son and my daughter's hand, and we're walking back to my vehicle. And my son started crying. And I started crying, and then my daughter started crying. And he said, "Mama, I'm going to run super fast, Mama.
Oh, really, Lori?
I'm going to go grab Faith. And you meet me on the other side of the park, Mama. I'm going to run so fast, and then you drive off, Mama."
Aw.
The pain that Christopher and his family has brought to my family is pain that we'll never forget. Pain that we live with every single day of our lives. And I remember that very clearly.
Yeah. How awful.
And we went home. We had another trial a couple weeks later. Was I believe I want to say it was in maybe November.
Yeah, send that to me,
either
please.
in October or November. I can't recall the dates. But at that trial, I was praying to God and to my God.
Try and send it to me if you can find it. I'll do a reading on it. Wouldn't surprise me.
That we were going to bring Faith home.
Mm-hmm.
And we went to that courthouse, and with my mom and dad and Isabella and Noah. At this point in time, my mom was going to testify against Christopher. My daughter was going to testify against Christopher. And they had said, his lawyer at the time had said, don't let her daughter testify. And so we went without it, nobody testifying that day. Christopher had ended up getting, he was talking at the time. Judge was asking him all kinds of questions. And he made me look like a monster.
Wow.
He made me look like I was the problem.
The typical narcissist.
He made me feel awful about myself and saying all these things in front of these people that weren't even true. It wasn't even true. And then it came to my attorney talking. And at that point in time, I was just like, gosh, like, oh God, please let a miracle. Just like, let this just be over with.
I agree.
When people tell lies and when they say hurtful things about you, you just feel so disgusting about yourself. And that's the way I felt. And I remember we needed to break. and come back. And Mr. Edwards at that point in time
Yeah.
went
PTSD
into
for sure.
the chambers with the judge. And I don't know what was being said, being done back there, but he was in there for a while. And he ended up coming back out. Court was back in session. Everything was, we were going back and forth again. And at some point in time, the judge just had enough. The judge was done hearing everything that had happened. And Christopher, was speaking, and the judge just said, "That's enough. Like, I don't want to even hear what you have to say anymore." He's like, "You premeditated this. This was premeditated. You knew exactly what you and your family were doing. You brought this woman out here with her children, and you guys knew exactly what you were doing."
Wow.
And he said, 8:30, Gallatin's Sheriff's Department, that's where the exchange is going to happen. My heart just dropped, like, and my attorney looks at me and he said,
Hit the thumbs up, please, everyone.
"You won." And I wanted to scream. I wanted to hit my knees, and all I could think about is, I couldn't wait to wrap my arms around my baby again. And the judge, everybody was hysterical on his side, of course, and my daughter and my mom are waiting out there.
Wow.
And I remember his uncle going out there, and he swung open the door, and he was so angry. And my daughter overheard him say,
Yeah, exactly,
"She won.
Regina. Exactly, Regina. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. Like, Nina must be just as broken, or maybe even more broken than anyone else over Sebastian missing, besides Seth. Like, yeah. I can't even fathom what she's going through with the what ifs, I'm so glad she came forward and spoke. Wow.
She won. And I remember my dad was still sitting behind me, and and he had tears in his eyes, and he's like, "Let's go." And my attorney followed me outside, and we went out, and there was just so much chaos coming from the Proudfoots, and
Yeah.
we went
They should
outside very
talk.
humbly, and he took us in back of the courthouse the other way. And right there and then I hit my knees. I finally could be relieved. Like a big, oh my God, we did this.
Wow.
And he said, 8:30, go
Good
pick
for
her
you.
up. I said, "Thank you, Mr. Edwards." I said, I owe you my life to you helped me get my baby back. So then we went back to our truck, and we went back to the apartment. We packed what we could, and we pretty much left everything else behind in the storage unit. At that time, I didn't need anything. Because I had everything I've ever wanted.
Good for you. Sometimes you just
So I
walk away.
remember my dad saying, "Come on, we gotta go." So we went to the sheriff's department. And he
Yeah.
showed up, and I remember
That's
my
just
dad, I told
crazy.
my dad, I said, wait here. I said, stay at
Crazy.
that Wendy's. So my dad stayed at that Wendy's waiting for me, and he said, okay, he's like, you call me when you're on your way so I can follow
I
you
don't know
out,
either,
okay?
Regina.
And I
I
said,
don't
okay,
know.
Dad. We got to the sheriff's department. Christopher and his Michael, Linda, Kathy, Big D, Melissa, his whole entire family was there. So then the exchange was happening, and they live streamed me on Facebook.
Wow.
They said, I can't believe the judge awarded her custody. You know, and I was just standing there, I remember, and I said, can I have my baby back, please? And I remember his mother had her phone in her hand, or his mother, yes, and she had a brown paper sack full of diapers and a dirty bottle.
Oh my God.
And she threw it at me, and she said, I think you're gonna need this, laughing.
What?
Then I said, thank you. And my two younger children were sitting in the back. And then
Evil, yeah.
I said, okay, can I have Faith back now? So I forget if it was Kathy or Chris,
Exactly,
but they
Victoria.
tossed her at me. And I caught her. And I said, thank you. So then I get her in her car seat, trying to buckle her up and telling my kids, I said, you need to buckle up. I said, okay, we're going to leave. I remember at the time, my front door had opened at that time, and Christopher got inside of my driver's seat of my truck. And everybody was still filming, live streaming me on Facebook.
Monsters, yep.
And Melissa Proudfoot had said,
I've got a clip here somewhere on my computer. I will try and find it, I don't know, hopefully tomorrow or something. Anyways, there's a YouTube channel out there. I don't know which one it was. But they were playing somebody called Kathy Bowersox and left a death threat on her voicemail. Somebody played that on their channel. Well, when they got to the very end of it, I noticed I could hear talking. You know how I do. I heard talking behind the person on the phone. And I clipped it. And I've ran it through my machine. And I swear to God, I hear Chris in the background. And I'm assuming his mom. Yeah. Yeah. Flat out. So I will try and find it again. I will analyze it again and post it. I'm flat out getting it was them making that clip. It was them.
why don't you put it in reverse and drive over her? And I told my kids, I said, get out. I'm trying to get Faith out again.
I got it, yeah.
And I told my kids, and
It's only like 5 seconds. It's literally like a 5-second clip. It's right at the very end of that, and you can hear them talking just before it cuts off.
And I told my kids, I said, get out. I said, jump, get out. And I remember them getting out as fast as they could. And we're running into the sheriff's department, and I had faith. And I'm running, and I'm yelling, and I'm asking for help. I said, somebody please help me. Nobody came out.
Oh my God.
And then finally, he came in, Christopher, behind me. And they finally opened the door. And they put me in a back room with my kids. They turned the lights off on us.
What?
In the process of me calling my attorney to tell him what was going on, Kathy disconnected my cell phone. And I remember Mr. Edwards calling the police department and telling them they need to let me go.
Yeah.
And at the time, Christopher was still in the military. And Mr. Edwards, I remember
I did,
him
Victoria,
telling them,
yes.
you need to she needs to go, because this could possibly cause Mr. Proudfoot his career.
What?
So at that point in time, I got escorted outside by a couple of sheriffs that were there. They seemed like they knew each other, all of them.
They like to
Proudfoots.
disconnect phones, yeah.
And I remember Christopher had asked one of the sheriffs if he could say goodbye to Faith, and I said, absolutely not. So I remember getting in my truck after I got the kids in. And I called my dad and I told him what happened. He was so mad. He goes, he was lucky I wasn't there. I'd have knocked the shit out of him.
Wow.
So I said,
Yeah.
all right, Dad, I'm coming. Well, everybody followed me down the interstate.
Okay,
My
well,
dad and I we
there you go. So now we know who's possibly been following Terry Lynn all this time while she was searching, and who is possibly following CJ as well. Interesting, eh?
weaving in and out of traffic, trying to lose them. The whole family were following me and Dad about 80, 90 miles an hour. We were going down the interstate just to get away from them.
Wow. Evil. Evil, evil,
We drove all
evil.
day. We finally got to Little Rock, Arkansas. And Dad had asked me, are you tired? So I could see if I could try to sleep. We couldn't sleep. So then we drove all the way home. We were all scared. We didn't know what was gonna happen. We drove. The relief that I had just to see, I've never felt so relieved to see that New Mexico. Welcome to New Mexico time.
Wow. Okay, guys, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. You want to take a 5-minute break? We'll pause it for a minute, take 5 minutes, go get a cup of tea or whatever, and we'll come back in 5 minutes, okay? So 5 minute break. It was crazy. Yeah, it's on. I got my feet on it. Okay. I'm back. 1 sec here. Gotta plug a cord in. It smells so good in here, you guys. I'm burning my coffee and Bailey's. I made myself one of the large 18-ounce candles of the coffee and Bailey's. It smells so good. Okay, 1 more sec. I need paper tissue. All right. Okay, everybody back? Are you all back? Everybody back? Everybody say aye. I'm back. Vincent, yeah, okay. What would I be trolling for? You're back, you're back? Okay, let's go.
I was finally home. Finally, we made it. Chris kept calling and calling, and I avoided it. Avoided him like the plague.
Welcome back, everybody.
Because the judge in Tennessee awarded me custody. He had no jurisdiction over Faith or myself or my other 2 children. And at the time of all this, they brought CPS involved in the
Welcome
case
back.
over there. So we get home here, not even a couple days goes by. He ended up calling CPS on us here.
I would love for someone to impersonate Tara on the internet. Oh man, you have not. Okay, yeah. Have a nice life, loser. Bye. See ya. Okay.
And using CPS against me every chance that he got. Showing up to my kids at school. Scaring my kids.
Oh
Just
my
like
God.
he did in Tennessee. So I filed for divorce here, which I should have filed on tribal land at the time. Because I wouldn't be going through this. So the divorce happened, but it dragged on and on and on because Christopher made a big deal about absolutely everything. I had to ask for permission to leave Bernalillo County. I had to tell him what I was doing, and if I left New Mexico, he had to know. I am part Native American, so our reservation is probably about 4 to 5 hours from Albuquerque, and at the time, my grandmother was still alive, so we would go out there to see her, and he really never wanted me to take Faith out there.
Welcome back.
And on top
yeah, she would have been so protected there.
of that, he really never wanted Faith to be Native American. Christopher knew that I was Mexican American and also Native American, but he hated the fact that, and he still hates the fact that Faith is part Native American. So just everything, he would take me back to court for just everything. It wasn't a good divorce. And the parenting plans, it had to be his way or nobody's way. He had to have the last word, and this is what he wanted, and his attorney made sure that's exactly what he got. A lot of times I gave in because I wanted it to be over. I didn't want to have to or have somebody dictate what I can and can't do. I mean, I've been a mother for an X amount of years at this time, and it wasn't like, I'm new to all this. But everything had always had to have been Christopher's way. And even though I gave him what he wanted, it was something different. Oh, Faith can't wear leggings, or, just the stupidest things, or, it was dumb. I can't even recall how many here.
Okay, 1 second here. I'm being trolled. Trolled. What am I doing here? Hold on a sec. Hold, please. Hold, please. Okay, done. Goodbye, trolls.
So
Okay.
at this point in time, I didn't really agree to the parenting plan. I didn't like it, but I signed it anyways, just because I wanted it to be over with. The divorce was finally final. And he was still stationed, I believe, in San Diego at this point in time.
It's funny, too, when I see the trolls, pretty sure I know who they are. I know who it is.
He was...
I could tell just by the way they word it and their attitude.
If I'm correct, he was already living with Katie when we were still married. We were going through the divorce, but he had moved in with her. And I was pretty surprised how fast he moved on with his life. Like we never mattered. Like Faith was, like, he never had a family. But I should have known that as well prior to the marriages before me, like how he just moved on so quickly with his life. So he would take Faith out there when she was little, like for 2 weeks or a week. And, Katie and them would be living the family life. I, at the time, did not know Sebastian or Katie. I would just see Katie through FaceTime where she would be doing something in the background. And I would ask Christopher, like, I would tell him, I can't believe you've moved on with your life so quick. Like who does that? Well, back and forth we would be going, with Faith. And I finally moved on with my life.
Good for you.
But Christopher had made a statement the other night on one of the interviews, the podcasts that he was doing. And I didn't like the way he said this. How he called Nina moved in with a man. Like, he knows this person's name. And he deserves to be called his name, not the man. And remind you, I've known Wayne for over 3.5 years. He was my client.
Welcome back, Susie.
Before we even got exclusive,
Thank you, Aggie.
like being in a relationship, before we even moved in together, he knew I had children. I mean, so for him to sit there and say that, he basically made it sound like he didn't know this person. He does. So here we are. Faith is 6. I'm still living in this nightmare that he's created.
Wow.
We live in fear every single day. We're constantly watching over our backs.
Oh, shit. Sorry, Cat H. Sorry, honey.
My kids don't even know what
It shouldn't have
a normal
blocked you.
childhood should feel like. Because they were exposed to all this at a very young age. The awful things that other people could do. The awful things that other people could do. things that other people could do. People could do.
Five years, yeah.
My oldest daughter
Yeah,
said
thank
to
you so
Tess,
much, Kat.
she said, Mom,
Unfortunately, I'm being trolled by ex-mods. People who think I hurt their feelings.
I feel like I was robbed of my childhood because of Chris. Because of everything that he's done. I've had to grow up so quick to protect my siblings.
Wow.
And you protecting us and always living in fear. Being called to the office and wondering if Child Protective Services was there. She's 15 now. And still hates to go to the office.
Thank you, Dee Marie. Thanks, babe.
Because of everything that he's done and his family has done. I feel helpless. Because I can't.
Okay, I'm going to pause it for a second. Let me try something here. One sec. I'm going to see if I can give out memberships. How... See if I can give out memberships. I've done it once before. Community. No. Where is it? Dashboard. Yeah. Memberships. Okay, and then how did I do this? See your members. I know I should have probably memberships I can give out. Oh, let's try. No. Shit, how did I do this? Members. Just hang on a second, guys. I just try. Why is it doing this? Studio. Okay. Okay, see members. Let's see, yeah. No, how the hell did it... Sorry, guys, one sec. Memberships. I swear I've done this before. Was it under... Community... I don't remember how to do this. Community. Memberships. Oh, here's this. I'm on the right page, I think. See members, yeah. Crap. Well, it's gonna have to wait. I can't find it. Okay, let me... Shoot, I don't know. I don't remember how to do it. Gonna have to do it another day. Okay, let's screen share again. Okay, ready? Let's go.
I feel like I can't protect them enough. And I wish there was more that I can do. We're still living in this nightmare. We're still going to court.
Can you imagine how angry he must have been when she did this?
He still complains about everything when it's not his way. In the beginning, there was CPS called. He used Child Protective Service on me because of the divorce, to get my children taken away from me.
Yeah, I know, Victoria. I know,
that
hon.
Albuquerque Police Department as well. That I don't
It's
know
only
if he
two of
still
them.
keeps in contact with him. I believe so. He was told to do a welfare check on us one night, but he didn't take the call, probably because he knew both of us. I mean, I don't know, and I don't know how that would have been used against him either, I guess. Maybe he was worried about that. Just, he's been filing for full custody, Christopher, for about a year to 2 years now, if I recall. A lot of this stuff is just, it doesn't make sense to me. He's made a mess. He tells people that I'm unstable, that
Wow.
I need a psychiatric evaluation,
Wow.
that I'm, that I'm pretty much crazy. It's been a nightmare.
Wow.
And the recent one, why he's pushing for full custody, is because I moved Faith out of Bosque Farms Elementary to a Native American academy in Albuquerque, where my youngest son goes and my oldest daughter goes down the street to a high school, and it's a minute away. So I was trying to make the commute easier for all of us. all my kids are in curricular activities. My son's in football. My Faith cheers for her brother's Yaffle football team. So practice.
Good
My
for
two older
her.
girls are in Mexican folk dancing. Faith and her older sister are in Mexican folk dancing. My children are in 4-H. So my kids are super busy, and I work in the city as well. So trying to make my life easier, I decided to put her there. And he did not like that, him and his attorney. So they're pushing for full custody about that.
Wow.
I mean, I can't even recall how many other nonsense issues have been brought up. My children, myself, I mean, I'm over it. I'm tired. This has worn my whole entire family down, my children, myself. This is like the first thing I think of when I wake up and the last thing I think about when I go to sleep.
Oh, wow. That's got to be exhausting.
There's no words to explain this feeling. I mean, and on top of that, we were supposed to go to trial March 5th, I believe it was. March 5th. And the first one, March 5th. I went to court January 2nd of 2024. Continuing cases, I had to pay for his attorney fees because I pulled Faith out of Bosque Farms. Although I contacted him through email, he never replied to me. I contacted my lawyer at the time, he never replied to me. So what was I supposed to do? I mean, I had to do what was in best interest for Faith and everybody else. So I ended up paying the legal fee for Christopher because his lawyer complained about that. So then we went to trial. We got a date for trial. Boy, I was furious when I left my lawyer's office. I feel like I hire all these lawyers that never took the bat for Faith and listened to anything that I have ever said. I've always told people in the past, the people that were working for Faith and myself, the kind of person that Christopher really was. Nobody listened. I mean, he's hurt my children. He's hurt my son. He's backhanded my son as well and busted his nose open when he was 3 in the car seat in San Diego. He's did that to my daughter. He's hurt Faith in the car seat, like I said. It's fallen on dead ears. It's coming up on 7 years. Nobody listens to me.
Wow.
Nobody knows the pain that I've went through. Nobody knows that I live in fear. It's like back and forth. It's like a game to Christopher with Faith.
I'm immediately like, okay, how can we help her? As like a large community, how can we help her? I don't know. Like, I'm not meaning financially. I'm meaning like to get her story out, to get people to listen somehow. Find, hopefully, like get the attention of a lawyer that will actually care.
Christopher dangles Faith over my head as if she's like some kind of toy to be played with. She's not a toy. She's a little girl that has feelings. And strong feelings. we can't help the fact that Christopher decided to move to Tennessee. He chose that for himself. I've never known of a person that lives in a whole different state and still dictates what you can and can't do to the other parent. He had a choice to live here. He was actually told to move here by the judge.
Wow.
But he lives in Tennessee. He tells me pretty much what I can and can't do still to this day by that court order. So, going back to the trial, was getting prepared. And
I see. I'm sorry. I cut everybody out of my chat. I'm sorry, everyone. You can thank the trolls. Let me see if I can fix that. I just thought of that. I'm like, okay, these people haven't been on my channel for 5 years. One sec. Let me see. Victoria's been here for 5 years. Okay. Shows me who's been here for 5 years. Okay. There we go. Fixed. Fixed. Okay. Sorry about that. Yolanda's been here for 5 years, I think. Sorry, guys. Yolanda's been with me for a long, long time as well. Yep. Okay. Let's get back to it. All right, so... I never listen to you. No, I don't. Thank you, Kat. Thank you, Dee Marie. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Okay, you ready?
You get a call. And at this point in time, I'm not.
Welcome back, everyone.
We don't.
Sorry.
I want to make that
Hi,
loud,
Francis.
so we do not have a good co-parenting relationship. We don't talk on a regular basis.
I'm glad you're here, Doodlebug.
Christopher.
Welcome back, everyone.
Because everything has to be his way.
Mods, if a troll comes in, just block him. Like, don't even say anything to him, just block him.
I don't entertain any of his conversations. In the past, when I used to, and I thought that a relationship between him and we're learning how to co-parent and it's good, it backfired. It kicked me in my ass.
I got you,
Everything
Rebecca.
that I told he used against me in court all the time. Every single thing. So I had to learn not to trust him. I've had to, I don't talk to him. So for him to say on some of his podcasts is that we have good, parenting skills, or we don't know how to talk to each other. I refuse to communicate with this man.
I love you too.
So he calls me that Wednesday, and he's like, and I was like, oh great, he's calling. So I just went straight to voicemail. And then he had said 911. Call me. So then I was like, well, it must be emergency, so let me call him. I called him, And I said, "What's up, Chris?" And he was like, you know, he's like, "Nina, I gotta tell you something." And I was like, and in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, he's going to tell me that the trial, we're not going to go to trial, that everything is going to be done with, and we don't need to worry, and we can, we don't need to do all this stuff. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. And then he tells me, "I got to be open and honest with you." And then he pauses like for 6 or 7 seconds, and I'm like, I was like, what? What do you have to tell me? So then at that point in time, he tells me that Sebastian went missing.
Wow.
And I was speechless. I have to say, I was speechless. And then I went into saying, well, what happened? Like, how did he go missing? Like, what happened? And
I'm glad you're here, Flamingo.
Well, he went missing between 12:30, and 6 a.m. And I'm like, it's thinking to myself, and then, like, that's crazy. And I said, "Don't you have security cameras, Christopher?" I said, you mean you have security cameras in your house? I mean, don't you?" And he paused. He didn't say anything. So then I said, "What happened to your dogs?" I said, "Don't your dogs?" They said, "You have those Yorkies." And I said, "Every time that I call Faith," they said, "they're barking." He didn't say nothing.
Huh.
So I said, I said, "Are you lying to me?"
Do they still have the dogs? Anyone know? Do they still have the Yorkies?
I said, because, thinking in my head, like, are you just buying more time for this trial that's coming up? Like, what other information are you going to find out that you're going to use against me, right?
Yeah.
So then I said, "I'm going to look this up." And I said, "Have you contacted your lawyer yet?" I said, "We still have a trial," I said, "at 8:30 next Tuesday." And he had raised his voice at me, and he said, "We're not going." And I was like, "Don't raise your voice at me. You're not going to disrespect me like that. You're not going to raise your voice at me."
Interesting.
So then I said, by law, I said, I have to contact my attorney. And I said, I'm going to email him as soon as I get off the phone with you. And I'm going to tell him that there's a missing child.
Yeah.
And I had stated, like, okay, well, is there like something, we could do? Can you send me like a flyer? Can you send me something? I said, I could put it on my social media and it'll take off. Like, I have a lot of people that I know and a lot of my clientele. I said, we're willing to, they share a lot of my stuff. So he, he never sent me anything. And he was so worried about his phone, and he had said something. He's like, the fucking cops had my phone, and I had to call Faith, and I told him I had to fucking call my daughter. And I said, "Christopher," I said, you need to calm down. I said, "Faith is fine. She's with me. I'm her mother." I said, "She was with her family here." I said, you don't need to worry about her. You don't need to worry about her whatsoever." And and he wanted to say more, and he repeated himself again, and he said, I need to be honest with you." And I was like, "Christopher, I don't have time for this." I said, I just don't. I said, "I gotta go." And that was it, the conversation that I had with him.
Wow.
I keep kind of beating myself up. Maybe I should have stayed on the phone a little bit longer. Maybe I should have let him talk. But with the experiences that I've had with Christopher in the past, I just couldn't trust him.
Yeah, this is a good one.
So then I contacted my attorney the next day and I told him what was going on with Sebastian. I mean, I was hoping that, you know, and I keep hoping, and we're praying every single day for his return home. But the more and more days that had passed by, the more and more that I got, you know, like, oh my God, like, this is crazy. Like, and the things that didn't make sense to me was why Christopher and Katie aren't looking for Sebastian.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I know if I might be one of my babies went missing, I'd be out there searching night and day.
Exactly, Lovable. I'm so glad she came out and spoke. So glad.
I don't know how somebody could just sit at home.
Nina only did one. Yeah, so this is the Trevor Lee interview.
And just wait for your baby to return. When I'd be out there looking every single second, I'd be out there by horseback. I'd be out there by a golf cart, by whatever I can get my hands on to get into the forest and look, or wherever in these neighborhoods, wherever I could possibly go. I'd still be wearing the same clothes that my son or daughter went missing in. I'd be running on adrenaline.
Wow.
All I could think about is the time that happened to me when they took Faith from me. I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't even drink water. I lost so much weight. And I knew where my baby was at.
Mm-hmm.
And this hits home for us because of Faith. Faith's known Sebastian pretty much half of her life, or her whole entire life.
Yeah, wow. Can you imagine having to explain that to Nina? That, you know, her brother is missing?
I feel for Seth. I feel for his family, the Rogers family. I'm in shock. I can't believe this has happened.
Hi, Sylvester. Hi, hon.
You know, and Faith asks me, and she talks about Sebastian, and she asks me, Mama, are they gonna find him?
Good point, Doodlebug.
And I tell her, yeah. I've talked to Seth on a parent-to-parent level. And we talked about some things that, you know, we both I mean, we
Yeah,
shed some
I'm doing
tears
good,
together,
thanks.
and
Doing good myself.
just the pain in his voice.
Yeah, I agree, Jean Marie.
It hurts. But everybody, I feel
I
like
agree, Cat H. I agree.
people now want to listen to me. People now want to hear my voice. When I've been saying the hurtful things that were done to my children and to myself. Nobody wanted to listen to me before. And now that this baby is missing, you want to listen to me now? You want
Thanks.
to ask me questions now? Like I just feel helpless. Like I don't know what to even think anymore. I see all these things that are being said and the things that people say, and they have every right to say that. They have every right to speculate. Just like I have. I've there's so many things that I've thought about in my head, but I mean, I've saw the things. I've sat back for a month literally and watched everything and followed every possible thing that I can, listened to what people have said, podcasts, like everything. And
Yeah,
I needed for my voice and my story to be heard
I agree,
of
Cat
my
H.
experiences with the Proudfoots and Christopher and Katie. Katie jumped on that bandwagon or that Christopher and everybody else was on. Just like this past December 27th, Faith was going out to Hendersonville to see her family for the holidays. We drove her to the airport. We were all happy. We all got out. Isabella, Noah, Wayne, myself. Got her out of the truck and we said our goodbyes. We hugged her. We kissed her. There's Katie standing there recording everything like she always does.
She records everything, huh? Interesting. Well, hopefully those recordings will get some justice somehow.
And I hug my baby tight. I tell her I love her.
I agree, Victoria.
And we prayed. We asked God to keep Faith safe and bring her home safe to us. So as she went with Katie, I had
She must have been terrified.
somebody that Christopher, Katie,
Welcome
and
back,
his
Pink.
lawyer hired. His name is Michael Tinker.
Welcome back, hon.
He served me with paper. And he tapped on my window when I just rolled it down. And he said, "Are you so-and-so Gomez?" I said, "Yes." "Why?" He said, "Because you've been served." And the first thing I thought of was, they're going to take Faith. I got out of that truck so fast and I ran into the airport. And I was yelling through the airport that she was going to kidnap Faith.
Wow.
Katie and Faith were standing at the southwest counter, and I told them, I said, she's going to kidnap my baby. I grabbed Faith on the left side of her hand and I ran with her through the airport. And all I could think about is, I got to get back to the truck. And here comes Wayne, Noah, and Isabel running through the airport just to
I love you too. I won't.
come and see what was happening. And oh my God, my mom, like first thing she thought of was like, and Wayne thought was like, oh my God, Nina's gonna just lay her out. I ran by, and Katie was coming right up behind me, and the guy, Michael Tinker, he stood there trying to flag me down and still trying to serve me with paperwork. In that moment,
Oh my
I'm just
God.
thinking about, they're going to take my baby and I'm never going to see her again.
Wow.
So I got to the truck. I called APD. During the holiday season, APD's at the airport. So they came within like 5 minutes. Officer Cordova had showed up and was talking about asking questions like what was happening and asked if I had a parenting plan on hand. And I'm like, wait, I mean, when I was just supposed to carry my parenting plan? I mean, and he said, is it his time sharing or yours? And I said, it's his. But I said, why am I being served? And still at this point, Michael Tinker was still trying to give me my paperwork and I wouldn't take it. So he got very upset, lifted up the windshield wipers and threw the paperwork right under there. At this point, my kids are crying. I'm crying hysterically. And there's Katie smiling away and
Oh my God.
recording everything.
Wow.
Then the officer's like, Ms. Gomez, you have a court date coming up. And if you don't want the judge to be upset with you, you need to let her go. So you get back out of the truck. And we all do.
Yeah.
And I get down to
Yeah.
Faith's level. And I tell her how much I love her. And that mommy's gonna always keep fighting for you. And don't ever for 1 second think that mommy does not love you.
Wow.
I hug her so tight. Because I don't know if that's the last time I was going to see my baby. I handed her off to Katie. And she left.
I agree.
I could barely breathe when I got back in the truck. And
Yeah,
trying to
that's
think
right.
about
I
what do
agree,
I do
Regina.
now? What do I do if she doesn't come home? How am I gonna get her home? thought, is that the last time I'm going to see my family?
Wow. That's tough. Okay, guys, I'm going to end it there. There's another half an hour. It's 10 after 12. I got to go. Got to go to bed. That's just brutal. It just reaffirms everything, huh? I just hope things are done soon. You know? So sad. So sad. Anyways, yeah, I need to go to bed. Thank you all for hanging with me, everybody. I love you all. And I'll jump on again probably tomorrow and we'll continue this on. I want to watch everything and try to catch up. I'm like super behind on watching everything. So, yeah, super sad. Prayers out there for Sebastian. Pray that he's found right away and pray that there's justice like tomorrow. And these monsters get put behind bars for good. So, all right. I love you all. Night, night. And I'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay? Ciao, bye.